DHS friends, welcome for live coverage of the 5th round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Around after the free day, so they might be a little bit more motivated to improve the score. I mean, the outsiders, or to extend the lead. That applies for the leaders. So, I guess we have to remind our listeners the current situation in our Grand Prix. In this particular leg, Humpy Conero is leading with 3.5 points after 4 games. So she won 3 consecutive games in the first 3 rounds, then was held to a draw by Katerina Lagno. Then clear second place is Harika Dronavali with 3 points, so +2. And on +1 are Post Chaok Chu of China and Katerina Lagno from Ukraine. Then 4 players are tied in the middle of the field with 50%. So it's Bella Hotenashvili, and Bella is one of the players who didn't play any draw so far. So Bella won 2 games, but she lost 2 games as well. 2 points has Juvin Jun from China, the same to Olga Giria from Russia and Antonetta Stefanova from Bulgaria. Then on -1 it's Alexandra Kostyniuk, but she won her last game before the free days, and her mood has been changed since. And 3 players, so on -1 is Alexandra Kostyniuk, and 3 players are tying for last at the moment. So Nafisa Muminova, the local player, so she lost 3 games and won against the other player on the last place against Gulishan Nakbayeva. And and Elina Danielian is not performing that great so far, making 2 draws and losing 2 games. Well, as for today, we are going to have. Let's check the pairings of today's round, and as usually I'm looking to start with the leader of. Usually I'm looking to start with the leader of our tournament. So Antonetta Stefanova is white, plays against our leader Humpy Conero. D4, okay, she started. It's a normal move for Antoinetta. So just a second, I'll bring you the board here. So that's Stefanova with Conero. So T4, Knight F6, C4, E6. I don't know if you've noticed, but it becomes very popular, this line. Well, the combination of Nimzo and, I don't know, in some cases they play Pogo Indian versus Knight F3. This time Humpy goes for Bishop B4. So B6 is a Queen's Indian and Bishop B4 is Pogo Indian, right? So Knight D2, B6. And B6 is one of the possible continuations there, with a lot of other options for black. Actually a castle was played, D5, C5, whatever. So B6, A3. And then black is practically forced to give away the bishop on d2. So white's gonna have a pair of bishops. And, actually white might think already here, because, bishop d2 seems to be an obvious capture, but of course queen d2 exists as well, then intending to play b2, b4 and put the bishop on b2, which is going to be a bit more active. So after bishop d2, Stefanova decided to think for a bit. Then moving third, Muminova, the local player, Nafisa Muminova, faces Juvin Jun. A lot of moves actually been made here. It's a Sicilian defense, and actually, okay, it's a bit of a surprise actually, as I've expected Juvin Jun to play knight of. Actually, she's not that much flexible with her black repertoire, and instead she went for Ritterhauser, so d6, bishop g5, e6, queen d2, a6. So quite well, a lot of theoretical moves are waiting in front of us. So a6, castle long, bishop d7. White continues with f4, and after b5, white takes f6, gf6, so spoiling black's structure in this way. Takes on c6, bishop c6, and queen e1. Though queen e1 actually, well, queen doesn't have to do much on d2, so it's better to have a rook on d2 in front of the opponent's queen, and also white queen might be quite useful on e5, as let's say in case of b4, which is not a good idea, I have to say. Then white's just gonna play knight d5. So that's the current situation here in Minerva with June. Then a player who's on a second place now, Harika Dronovali, is white against Elina Danielian. And well, and Harika is loyal to her somewhat. Well, so I mean, she's not playing, basically she's not playing the main sharp lines, but tries to just to achieve some sort of a comfortable position, and then trying to outplay her opponents in the middle game, which she managed to do successfully already a couple of times. Bishop g2, knight c6, and then I'd say a bit of a surprise, knight c3. So, well, actually that's a fine move here. So apart from knight c3, if white castles, then after d4, after d5, d4, that might be still some Catalan position on the board. So that's actually what white is trying to achieve after this. e6 with g3, white is trying to build up a Catalan setup. After, say, d5, white might already play d4 and wait with bishop g2. And after knight c3, if black plays d5, then cd5, ed5. Actually, that's what happened in the game. And then after d4, we switch to tower defense. But after cd5, Elina preferred to take with the knight here on d5. Which, okay, now we are heading a separate course then. Knight d5, white castled, and black played knight c7. So knight c7 means black is trying to prevent d2, d4, but it takes some time. So black already spent 3 moves with this knight, so black is a bit undeveloped here, but I don't know if white can make any use of it. As okay, d4 is not going anywhere. So white's supposed to get d4, you know. Okay, it's still possible to play in spirit of English opening, like d3, eventually moving the bishop, moving dark square bishop, and maybe trying to get a3 b4 later. So I'd say the position is rather from English opening than Catalan then. Okay, moving further, Katerina Lagno versus Alexandra Kostyniuk, and once again English opening is on the board, and well, it amazes me, to be honest. The girls playing this sophisticated stuff. e5, knight f3, knight c6, g3, d5, and I guess I've already gave you my opinion that, okay, well, this d5 is just okay, but why to play that, I'm not quite sure, as that's basically what white wants in English opening, to get the revert Sicilian with a tempo up. So instead of d5, we've seen bishop b4 already in Lagno with Danielian, although black wasn't really successful in this game. So knight d5, bishop g2, knight b6, castle, bishop e7. So it just went like a reversed dragon with the tempo up for white. d3, castle short, bishop e3, slow positional play from white. Okay, there is actually a separate option for white to play a2, a3 here, but okay, bishop e3 is just fine, of course. Rook e8, rook c1, and bishop f8, a4. Okay, so I'm not sure about this one, but judging on a situation from Lagnow's clock, I expect it to be a home preparation. So basically it goes like, if black plays a5, so then white just gonna take on b6 and trying to make use of well, half of extra pawn. I'd name it like that because those b pawns at the moment, they're safely blocked, and okay, white has got a couple of nice outposts on light squares here and there. So cb6 and something like knight d2 I can play, eventually opting to get those outposts, but in reality it doesn't seem to bring white any advantage. So. And after all, a5 is not a threat at the moment. So a4, black just played h6. h6, which might be a useful move here. But at the same time, if black plays f7, f6 later on to defend on e5, then of course it will be just weakening your king side here. Might actually a4 might be just a prophylactics versus black's knight d4 move, so maybe that's the point. After a4, knight d4 looks not really the best black can play, because after a5 seems like black is losing a pawn. Okay, black still can take on f3, of course, but still this position looks rather inferior for black. Okay, knight b5 still seems to win the pawn then, or a6 first. Yeah, okay, so h6 is just fine. So let's consider this last a4 move of white as a prophylactics versus knight d4, a4, h6, and white is to move then. Okay, Zhao Xu with Olga Giria, moving third once again. Well, and it's so not a lot of different openings they're playing. So this time it's love for one more time. c4, c6, e3. Well, there is a certain benefit from playing it. Okay, that normally it's called I don't know, like force e3 in Slav variation, because I don't know if the proper name ever exists. The e3, well, knight f6, but normally white is starting with knight f3. So that after e3, knight f6, white plays bishop d3. So for the moment preventing development of this black's bishop to g4, which is the case in case of knight f3. But black is going for a Schlechter variation, and in which the certain benefit of this Schlechter variation is, okay, black is quite solid and as well doesn't care much about white's move order. That's black is just building up here position slowly. Bishop g7, both castled, knight c3, bishop g4. So black is just giving away the bishop here on f3 and then building a nice pawn chain on light squares by playing e7, e6. Actually, last time in Tashkent during men's Grand Prix, I guess Gata Kamsky was doing something like that with and was quite successful here. bishop g4, h3 has been played. The white is taking this bishop, queen f3, e6, rook d1, and knight d7. Knight d7. Then white proceed with b3. And well, actually the resulting position is quite tricky. If black is trying, so black is somewhat passive, lacks of early active counterplay. If black is trying to break in a center with e5 or something like this, then normally it just opens the space for white's bishops, and well, it might be just a course of trouble for black. But at the same time, it's pretty much hard to progress with white. The black may do just, has been mentioned, as Katakamsky did, okay, something like a6 for instance, bishop b2, and I mean just standing, just waiting around, like rook e8, because position after e4, which looks like actually the only possible pawn break white can come up with, then after exchange of those knights, it's pretty hard to get d5 for black, and sorry, for white, I mean d4, d5, because this pawn is pinned for the moment, and also black controls d5 couple of times. Eventually bringing knight on f6 will control it even more. So this looks pretty solid. This white black has less space and somewhat passive it is, but well, it looks okay. Then that was Chao Xu with Olga Gira, and there is one more game under our scope today. It's Bella Hotenashvili as white versus Kulishan Nakpaeva, and this looks actually much more exciting. And this is a some principal line in Catalan, so d4, d5, oh sorry, not d5, this tricky move order one is again, knight f6, c4, e6, and I guess I've already explained what is the point, well, what is the idea, I'd say, of black playing this move order. So black is happy with Nimzo Indian in case of knight c3, so black's gonna play bishop b4. But in all the other cases, which are basically g3 or knight f3, black responds with, okay, especially g3, which has happened in our today's game, black responds with d5. Well, actually we are shown a different game here. It's Lagnovis Kostyniuk on our screen, and we are talking about Hotenashvili with Nakpaeva, but I have to show this game just an opening moves. So knight f3 and dc4, the most principal for black in Catalan. Just try to keep this gambit pawn which is on offer. Bishop d2, a7, a5. So this position was debated a lot of times, I believe, on all the highest level possible, even been played in a World Championship match between Kramnik and Topalov. a5, the castle. So there is, of course, there is another move like queen c2 here, where after bishop d2, white comes up with somewhat unexpected queen d2, with the point being, if black tries to, I don't know, to defend the pawn, well, like it actually happened in our game today, then white is coming up with a, well, with a double attack like queen g5, attacking b5 and g7, so winning back the pawn. Anyway, never happened. So a5 and white castled, and so did black. So it's a bit of a different line. White played bishop g5, and b5 is the most principal move, trying to defend the gambit pawn, although I'm not quite sure if it's the good one. Knight e5, rook a7. There is an option of rook a6 actually, defending the c6 square. So rook keeps the c6 square, and then after a4, black is able to play c6, but still after something like knight c3, white definitely has a compensation. So rook a7, a4, and bishop b7. And Gulis Khan actually is playing quite fast, so I suppose this to be, well, home preparation. What I can spot from the first glance is ab5 is probably answered with bishop g2, king g2, then check on d5, and, well, let's say king g1, and black's gonna capture on b5. Perhaps there is also an option to play knight e4 intermediate, because this pawn will not run anyway. So I hope, well, I think black is ready for this course of events, so, but to be honest, I don't see much how to, well, how to change the things for white. So if the ab5 is tempting, perhaps if white is starting with bishop b7, rook b7, and then captures on b5, then still after rook b5 this pawn cannot be taken for a moment. And if white just tries to get back the pawn, knight c4, that, well, black is superbly mobilized, so it looks like he has to be just fine. I don't know, rook d8 or which move to be played at the moment. But okay, maybe it's still not that easy. Those Catalan positions are quite tricky actually. Rook d8, e3, and then in case of c5, white has knight c3. I'm still not sure where it leads. Well, not so nice for black to take on c3, but maybe she can just move the rook. Yeah, move the rook to b7 and looks okay. But anyway, we are just at the opening stage. So let's see what happens further. So that's the current situation here in Hotenashvili with Nagbayeva game. Well, Hampi Conero versus well, Stefanova versus Conero. So Stefanova is white. Of course, progressed a bit further. The queen d2. Eventually, white took with the queen d2, castle e3, and then bishop a6. So, well, it's a bit of a new move for me, I have to say, as well. In my knowledge, let's say black is normally playing bishop b7. There is some tricky difference when to play b4 for white, because b4 here would be too soon, definitely. Black's gonna play a5, and after bishop b2, a b4. Okay, perhaps to start with knight e4, then a b4, swapping the rooks on a1, then knight c6. Knight c6 is knight a6, perhaps. Just remember some line like that. b5, knight b4. If queen is moved, then I mean black is so ahead in development, so she can allow to play like that. Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, so you have to just believe me that b4 is not good here at the moment. The normal move for white is bishop e2, then a5. And now black wants to fix those pawns on. In case of a4, so there's a3, b2 pawns won't be fixed on them. Not in the most favorable position. So white's normally playing b3, d6, bishop b2, knight d7. Black is flexible but somewhat passive, so that is where it normally starts. Well, bishop e6, bishop a6 was played in the game, and it means black is trying to prove those two bishops are not really an advantage. b3, c5, so black is ready to open up the position for those bishops. But it's going to be tricky actually, because if I'd say in possession of two bishops for white, it would be ideal just to get rid of both those C and D pawns, then change a couple of pieces and try to opt for an endgame. But in this particular case, white cannot change pawns without changing a pair of bishops here. So those bishops are posing on f1 a6 diagonal, c5, well, actually it's Antoinette to move. Bishop b2 looks like a move to continue, of course. So it may as well. Okay, let me apply bishop b2 here. And if, let's say, that, which is of course the most primitive way, if black just takes both c4 and d4, I expect white to take with the pawn, and then knight c6, and we have this one of the typical situations here with hanging pawns, and I don't know with which color to highlight it, because of course it might be the strong side of white's position, and it might be as well by just two weaknesses here, especially this c4 one is, for example, after castle, which is probably not the best move here. Black already starts to press on c4 with knight a5. Also knight b3 is the threat. So I'm not sure if white has a comfortable way to defend this c4 pawn. Actually Antoinette has something to think about, and she played it in an original way. She played knight e5, which is of course an interesting try, but I have to confess that I don't like this move so much. Well, maybe she tries to, I don't know, to make it work tactically somehow. So knight d7, for instance. I don't know what happens in case of knight d7, which is just natural. Is she planning to take on d7 or then play bishop b2? Well, we'll see soon. Julian June with Muminova. The next, and well, still no move from Julian June, so she's been caught by surprise probably with this queen e1. So once again we are moving third, and let's move to the game which is actually on our screen. So Zhao Xu with Olga Giria. Well, it's not the actual position here. So Zhao Xu with Olga Giria, b3. Okay, black played rook e8 first, and after bishop b2 black played queen e7. But it looks pretty much as the plan I've described in this position, so black is not really trying to break in the center. Actually, in this particular position, if white is not, well, if white is careless, I don't know, playing something like rook c1, then it might be just the case. So that's the point of playing the rook to e8 and then queen to e7. It might be just the case that black can play e5, and then white is not in time to take d5, as there is e4 winning a piece. Oops, not that piece, but bishop on d3. Yeah, so rook ac1, e5, and basically that is what equalizes for black, because white will have to retreat and black's getting more space. So in this case it might be black who is better, so white has to be a bit careful about this e5. If white comes up with e4 herself, then, as has been described previously, probably this is just a solid option for black. Then playing something like knight f6, and if bishop is moved here, then rook to d8, one of the rooks to d8, let's say a d8, once again looks pretty solid. Although I'm not quite sure about placing the knight on f6 at the moment, because ideally this knight has to be on d6. Yeah, that's actually what Kamsky was doing last year in Tashkent. He was trying to bring his knight to d6 here in this position. Then from d6 knight is blocking the d4 pawn in case of d5. So if white's gonna play d5, then black has a couple of options, just taking on d5 and with one pawn and then promoting another on one square. Well, anyways, so this one looks quite solid for black. The queen e7, and Chaozu is trying to find a way to proceed here. Well, I have to check if anything else happens on the other boards. Katerina Lakhnov is Alexandra Kostyuk. Actually, well, something is happening there. So h6, d4 was played by Katerina. Well, I don't know, she's playing so fast, but what she's doing, I wouldn't say it looks really... I'm not sure if it's such a good idea. d4. Okay, what's going on? That's once again typical for a dragon, I guess. Knight c4, and white just took the pawn on e5. But with such a structure, really, I don't know if white can hope for anything. Once again, as a... perhaps white has to take on d8, at least not letting black to win the pawn back for a second. So it would be more precise for black to take herself, but then maybe knight takes. At least this makes sense. Yeah, right. Knight d1, then knight takes, and well, at the moment black cannot win pawn back. So d5. Then okay, then let's start with knight e3 anyway. Knight e3. Then, as being said, white will take on d8 herself. Probably rook takes, and then fe3. Well, the situation is a bit tricky, as white, of course, has got an extra pawn for a second, but of course those 3 pawns on e-file are not something you can be proud about. Although it's not about an extra pawn, but more about an outpost here. The white is, at the moment, white is threatening knight b5, when it's gonna be not so pleasant for black to defend on c7. There isn't any convenient way, so it looks like black is not winning the pawn back straight in this position. So it might be an idea, actually. d5, and well, I have to say I was wrong here, as after queen d1, which happened in the game, black took on d1 first, so I thought knight d1 is not a bad idea then. But I just played rook d1, rook fd1, and instead of taking the bishop, which was still a good idea in my opinion, black takes on b2, and looks like, well, I'm not sure, but I'd say it's a bit suspicious, but at the same time I don't see the clear way how to justify it. White has to be suspicious. The rook is hanging, the rook has to go, rook d2, knight c4, then black just took a pawn for free, so looks like rook e1 has to be played. Well, to be honest, I still prefer my knight d1 here, but it could be as well just a preparation. So in case of knight d1, I mean, in this case, knight e3, it's wouldn't be that easy for black to get back the pawn on e5, as c7 is hanging there. So knight c4 is an option for white. Well, so that means maybe black's gonna take on e5, but then it looks like... I know, I thought it will be... Just was about to say that it looks like a typical English opening pressure here, but it's not a pressure, it's just an extra pawn, so rook c7. And if rook takes, of course, it's inferior. At least taking on c6 should do the job for white. Then, well, to me, knight d1 certainly looks interesting. So knight b2 and rook f1 has been played. So it's really interesting how it's going to develop. The knight is not attacked here, but well, basically what white's strat is knight d5 first of all. So that's what white is threatening. And knight b5 is the other one. So c7 definitely needs protection. Well, potentially black has got even a couple of pawns here, a couple of passed pawns here on b and c5, but at the moment it looks like it's more of a weaknesses. So all in all, maybe still white is better here. Okay, now we are shown a game of our local player Nafisa Muminova, so let's check a bit what happens in this game. Well, we just saw it. Not a lot of development since we last seen the game. So rook a7 has been played by June, and it took her half an hour to make a decision because they reached this position before white's queen e1 practically in a couple of minutes, and then queen e1 has been a sort of a surprise for June. So she thought almost a half an hour here and came up with, I think it's one of the theoretical moves actually, rook a7. It's quite typical, so rook might be transferred to d7, c7, whatever, sometimes to e7. So let's say even in case of bishop d3, now b4 is possible, although I'm not sure if it's good, but it's possible, as knight d5 now runs under ed5, rook e7, attacking the queen. Although it's still tricky, it's one of the possible ways actually for white. So b5 is just not recommended, but so that was the game of Nafisa Muminova, and once again we are switched to Novis Kostyanyuk. Let's go back, as knight c4 has been played, I guess. Yeah, knight c4 has been played, but I don't know how to proceed with black in case of knight d5 here. So then it seems probable black's gonna take here on e3, but even after this ugly looking fe3, I don't see a way to defend c7. Well, perhaps it's not such an achievement. Yeah, rook d8 and knight c7, rook b8 should be fine for black sides. Extra pawn for white, but those already mentioned, those three triple E pawns are not the best one can dream about them. Knight c4 attacking the bishop, and in reality bishop has no squares to go. Well, let's move to some other game. Harika Dronovali with Elina Danielian. I also expect this one to be quite interesting. So bishop, knight c7, d3 has been described. So Elina spent a lot of time, well, not the physical time, but the chess time, a lot of moves maneuvering with her knights, but eventually managed to avoid d2, d4 from white. The white has to prepare this d4, b3, d3, bishop e7, bishop e3, castle. Looks pretty much, I mean, white's play looks pretty much like Lucknow's, but black is doing something different. Rook b8 and d3, d4. So eventually white has got d4 and black played c4 here. So I'd say, to me it looks better for white, but it's the usual cases. I'm a Catalan player, so all those positions like that I like from white side, though. Well, no, but I mean the last move, this c5, c4, is really, I'm not sure about its value. though perhaps black didn't have much of a choice, as this one, cd4, knight d4, is actually the position of which Catalan player is dreaming about. Well, bishop d4, I suppose, and that's exactly what we Catalan players are looking for. I mean, this risk-free pressure is seemingly, well, it's seemingly symmetrical position, but just look at those two bishops on g2 and d4, and of course in this case I believe white is nearly winning already, because although those last moves like rook b8, knight on c7, it's not the best black could have done in Catalan. So at least c4 is a try to justify her previous play. Then black is looking for b5 here, and knight, it will be already forced move with this knight, but knight as well might be returned to d5. Well, but for in this game, I'm almost sure that the opening knowledge is over. Both of them started to think for a sensible amount of time, and well, but actually it applies for a lot of the girls in this tournament. So they like to play. I mean, some undefined positions, and in comparison with men chess, of course, the men here in Tashkent in particular, they showing much more of opening knowledge, but playing more of a principal positions. But on the other hand, world's #1, I'd say, okay, in my understanding, he's doing nearly the same as all of those girls are trying to do. So just to get a position that you know better than your opponent, even though it might be a harmless one, but just then keeping pressure, and well, and who plays better wins. Let's put it like that. Still, we are shown Katerina Lagnovis, Alexandra Kostyniuk, so may show you the last move of Katerina Lagno, which was bishop e3 to f4. And then in case of g5, she's of course gonna play knight d5, and now I got the idea. So now black faces an unpleasant task, how to keep all her things together. Well, definitely knight d5 now becomes an unpleasant threat. Well, and it's not so easy to cope with it. In case of knight e5, for instance, knight e5, knight d5, white's gonna be definitely better, as maybe black just loses material here. Though bishop d6 still is possible, but knight c7, of course, it's not the position you're dreaming about with black. But as been said, this knight b2, really this knight b2 looks a bit suspicious in this particular position, which Kostyniuk played without much of a hesitation. So, well, let's check the other games then. Ulishan Nakbayeva versus Bella Hotenashvili. So Bella is white. Bishop b7. That one we've seen, I guess. And white played e2, e4, which, well, after some consideration, I can see which looks logical, as in the other lines when I was trying to show that was actually clearly in black's favor to change those bishops. So e4, c6, the move which honestly I don't like so much. Okay, black has an extra pawn then, but after knight c3, black faces quite an unpleasant task of defending his gainings. At the moment b4 is attacked. In case of bishop c3, bc3, it's always a compensation. Maybe white is already, we can safely say white is better. Well, Actually, in an absence of black duck square bishop, the spin is quite annoying. So, bishop c3 is hardly an option. Then queen b6 is possible, of course, but at least after bishop f6, gf6, black's kingside pawn structure will be a bit compromised, and especially after queen g4 check and knight f3, the queen is already there in the zone. Then again, white, for sure white has at least enough compensation if he doesn't have more. Maybe there are some separate options apart from this one. Well, of course white can achieve a draw immediately if he wants, but it's not the case, I believe. So perhaps Gulis Khan. Well, so I thought this bishop b7 to be a preparation. Maybe it was, but after e4, I'm not sure if c6 was the proper reaction to e4. Although, maybe white is threatening something here already. Well, let's find out what happens if black would have taken on a4, which is one of the options, I'd say. And then, okay, we are not afraid much of knight g4 as black, as we still have bishop e7. If white captures on c4, then maybe black is even in time to play h7, h6. Almost forcing white to take on f6. If bishop is removed, then e4 is falling, so bishop f6, taking back with the queen. And well, it's still not clear if it's such an advantage for white, because black bishop seems to be stable, and eventually if black plays rook d8 and c5, he should be just okay. On knight c3, yeah, rook d8, then it seemed just alright for blacks. Not sure if this c6 was the best move here. Knight c3, and well, they've spent almost equal amount of time since this one. So knight c3. That means, if I'm not mistaken, Gulis Khan played her first 10 moves quite quickly. So it's actually c7, c6, which took her 20 minutes to think. And well, can safely declare this move at least to be suspicious. As been said, the opening stage overs quite soon, and then well, of course one has to spend some time in order to find out what she's planning to do after the opening. That's a position of Nafisa Muminova with June actually. Rook a7 as white proceed with f4, f5. Still, I believe this position to be a theoretical one, and I'm a bit surprised June is thinking for such a long, but well, it's also a battle of characters, battle of theology, because yeah, as been said, so June normally she's a knight of players, so she came up with Richter Rauser, though that should have meant something. Perhaps she prepared some particular line, and after this queen e1, which is okay, it's one of the options, but somehow went unexpected by June. Well, now she's trying to figure out if she's running under some sort of computer preparation, or perhaps she could have as well just forgot the moves. So I think we're gonna have a short break then, let the girl play for a little bit without our commentary, and then I'm coming back in some 10 minutes and gonna see how this game is going to develop. Well, not this game, but all the games, for sure. Well, at the moment it seems to be interesting already in Stefanova Conero, and as well Harika with Daniela. I believe it won't be a fightless draw. Yeah, we've seen a lot of draws actually before the free day, Although still all the games were played, but he also was a little bit tired, and at some point wasn't really absolutely against this draw result. So I'm up for a break and coming back in 10-15 minutes then. Dear chess friends, welcome back for a live coverage of a fifth round. It's Women's Grand Prix in Tashkent, the third leg of a Grand Prix. Well, then now we already approached the second hour of play, and well, as been said, after the stage after the opening stage, well, we are switching to middle game mostly. And here we have Chu Jun of China on our string thinking, and that's exactly the game where attention of most of the local supporters are driving to, as well, Nafisa Mominova, a player from Uzbekistan, is playing with white. So Nafisa left the board for the moment, and it's Chu Jun who is thinking. So I'm just gonna try to bring you the board of this game. So here we are. Once again, Richter Rauser Sicilian, and well, I'm just a little bit confused with Chu Jun's actions. As well, she's playing all the correct moves, but somehow it takes her so much time to produce those moves. Queen b6 and King b1 has been played. But anyway, this King b1 is almost in every position. It's quite useful. So now it's a question what to do for white after. Yeah, there is the line, I guess, on b4, and then white just plays knight e2. So white is not really scared about this pawn being taken. And then knight d4 comes, and well, eventually, well, I think black pawns are going to fall, but to be honest, I don't see how to achieve it at the moment. So d5, white's gonna play bishop. Yeah, white can play bishop d3. The queen d4 is not possible. Bishop b5 check. So bishop d3, but then in case of bishop d3, rook e3, e5. Okay, and knight f3. So that's a trick. And then d5 is hanging. And as well, e5 is hanging, because knight e5, fe5, queen e5 is definitely a threat. So black is not in a hurry to define what exactly she wants here on the queen side. So black plays queen c5, which is one of the program moves here for black. Queen c5, sometimes even placing the queen on e5. And I expect white to play bishop d3. So we are shown Katerina Lagnona on our screen and her game versus Alexandra Kostyniuk. So let's find out what happened in this game. This one we saw, this knight b2, the move which I declared to be suspicious, although I'm still not sure. Rook f1, knight c4, and bishop f4 was a move of Katerina. Black replied with bishop e6. And I've been hesitating to recommend this bishop e6 as after knight b5, exactly what happened in the game. Knight b5, rook c8, knight d4. To me it seemed like white simply has better chances, although I'm not quite sure. It may end up like 4 versus 3. Okay, it's of course in the far future, but it's made up like 4 versus 3 on the king side. So let me illustrate what I mean. Knight takes, then okay, knight on c4 is hanging, so white is threatening to take on e6. Knight is to be moved, and well, not quite sure where to move the knight actually. Knight a5 is a possibility, defending b7 as well. Then white takes e6, then pawn has to take, as in case of rook e6 there is bishop h3, and both rooks are so diagonal double attack, if I'm allowed to say so. So knight e6, f e6, And still this resulting position is quite tricky, but to me it looks better for white. So those pawns are still not running too far. The knight fd4, and Alexandra is back to the board, so we're gonna see what was her big plan to meet knight d4 with. Something else apart from knight d4, well, I don't believe really. Well, there is knight ca5, but still after knight takes, f takes, and for the same reason rook e6 is not the move, because white still has bishop h3, so f e6, and then, well, in the worst case white just can capture a pawn here on a7. The white's gonna be a pawn up then, and okay, maybe it's still not so much clear. Rook d8 for actually I like those knights here on c4, and but okay, in this case even bishop b7 might be possible. Yes, it's maybe not the best idea once again. The knight a7, rook a8, at least attacking the knight, but then after knight b5 again this c7 pawn is hanging. No, probably this line is not good. So all in all it looks like white may claim an advantage here in this game. Well, Stefanova with Canero, because I think we have to go back to Stefanova Canero game, as we didn't really visit it for quite some time. Knight e5, the move which I called quite unexpected, but well, let's see. Queen c7. That might become very interesting actually. Bishop b2, rook d8, and then white just takes on d5. So not a lot of moves being made since our last visit to this game. So what happens there? Actually bishop on a6, I've just spotted, bishop on a6 is not even hanging, so cd5, sometimes it's, you know, some motives for a tactical tricks. This cd5, if black is forced to capture the bishop, there might be some intermediate moves like d6 or taking e6, but definitely it's not the case here, as bishop on a6 is not even hanging, so black just can safely capture back to d5. Well, it's hard to say what goes on, really. So I expect black to... Actually, bishop e2 is still possible, right? Bishop e2, so in case of d6 there is bishop h5, yeah, it's shown by computer. So white is probably taking with the queen, and well, actually it's a choice for black then. But well, cd4, bishop d4 is, well, this might be just the position white is looking for. Knight d5, and then while in case of a castle, the rook c1 is coming. Yeah, this is something which would be a bit unpleasant for black. So after cd5, black has to play it a little bit more careful. Well, I just wonder if rook d5 is an idea somewhere. I'd say rook d5 with point, but okay, bishop f3 there is, but still not sure if this exchange is that tasty, as white can't castle here. But well, my point was, if white's gonna take on a6 and castle that, that's just a way. It's just a way to blunt the queen e5. After which perhaps white is still okay. Queen e2, attacking both the queen and the knight on a6. No, rook d5, but still rook d5, bishop f3 will be critical. And I don't know if it's enough compensation for an exchange. Well, maybe it's not. Yeah, eventually white's gonna take d5, play f2, f3, king f2, yeah, hide the king. So rook d5, no, okay, bishop e2 actually looks quite logical. Bishop e2, queen e2. so I expect this to happen. And then it's well, it's a time for black to find a good move. Maybe not to take on d4. Actually, it's not clear if... Okay, if knight takes, is it any different compared to the line we mentioned if white takes on c5 herself? As queen c5, castle short, the same, looks like a slight advantage for white. So white's gonna be just a little bit faster here, taking the c file. So what is important is c6 is a little bit weakened, and in case of knight d7, for instance, white's gonna play rook c1, include this rook c1, and then knight c6 is coming. And knight c6 is coming with some unpleasant threats. So knight d5, dc5, but I'm just considering if what happens if black takes back with the pawn, which is of course a slight defect to black's pawn structure, but as well black is getting, well, closed the c file for a moment, so black is getting an option to at least to develop the knight to d7 safely, and eventually black could make use of semi-open b files. So I'd say those c5 and b3 pawns are pretty much compensating for each other. So maybe that's the way for black to proceed then. But anyway, that's the current situation in Stefanova Conero game. White took cd5 and black is thinking, and actually Humpy doesn't seem to be so much confident anymore with 40 minutes left after just 12 moves. And well, and of course for Stefanova, well, she's such a titled player herself. She's been a world champion, she's been well, a European champion for sure, and rapid world champion. So of course she's very ambitious, and especially a game with the leader motivates you pretty much to show the best display. Well, moving further then, and well, moving further, I'd like to check once again what happens in Hotenashvili with Nakpaeva games. So knight c3, well, not a lot of moves being made. In reality, only one move being made, knight c3 and bishop a6. So bishop a6, now it turns to be a real gambit for white, as well, white cannot win the pawn back. Actually, she can try with knight c6. Right. Actually, so I've been wondering why it's only 40 minutes left for Bella, but okay, obviously she's calculating those lines, because there is a possibility of knight c6 and knight c6 ab5, where it's not clear what's going on, because, well, it's just such a lot of options for black as well, because there is knight d4, ba5, and sorry, ba6, and well, this one is not clear for sure, because probably black has to play knight b3 in this particular case, just to change the queens and then eventually capture on a6. Although white has an option to take on d8 herself, and maybe instead of saving the rook here, which is okay, maybe this one is also okay, rook d1, and then rook takes, and I'm not sure if black is in time to take on a6. Those rook a6, rook d8 might be just scary for black. Now, e5, yeah, it looks like white is, well, has dangerous initiative to say the least. Well, though it's still tricky. e5, h6. Now, if knight is moved, then after bishop e7 it's just over, but black has h6. And, well, it's really hard to say, but it's only one of the options, and as I said, it's really a lot of options for both sides, and knight c6 is not the only move. Then after knight c6 a b5, there are other moves for black as well. So there is bishop takes c3, for example, bc3, which is once again not the only move, but quite a tempting one. Then bishop b5, and white's gonna play e5. That turns to be rather interesting, this game, and of course it's clear white has to think. But we already saw Bella spending nearly all her time on move 20 or so, till move 20 or something, so it might be just the case. The 12 moves being played and less than 40 minutes left for Bella Hotenashvili, who is white against Gulishan Lakpaeva. Although black's play, to be honest, doesn't look that much convincing, putting the bishop on b7 then a6. But chess is a concrete game after all, so if white doesn't have any tactical opportunities to prove black's strategy was wrong, then it might be just okay for black. Well, d5 is always a topical move here. Don't know if it's good, but well, always has to be, at least always has to be considered. Then still black's knight from b8 is not moving. If I would be asked for what is the next move for black, I'd say bishop e7 is an option, at least to get rid of this unpleasant pin, and also creating a threat of b5, b4 to stabilize the situation on a queen side. So let's move to some other games then. And well, for quite a long time we didn't cover Harika Dronavali with Elina Danielian. So d4, c4, white played knight d2. Well, it looks like okay, c4 pawn is attacked. Okay, black plays knight d5, so I guess black still could have defended this pawn. But not really. So b5 is not possible. Then okay, knight d4 is a capture, which has to be considered first. But after knight c4, we once again getting the mentioned already this Catalan position, symmetrical position with a strong positional pressure for white. So black decided it's not an option and went for a try to complicate matters. So knight c4, black took on e3, fe3, bishop g5, knight e4, and bishop h6. So they're going to be permanent pressure on this e3 pawn, and in some sense it's sort of compensates for black's material deficit here. But well, we shall see anyway. So it's 36 minutes left for Harika, and while objectively it might be just better for white, but definitely nothing comes that easy. So every game is very important, and I have to say the position is quite tricky as well. So basically white doesn't have a comfortable way to defend e3. Okay, I'd say rook c3 comes into my mind, but still don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, rook c3, black has the other knight, so knight could be knight b5, knight b4, then eventually heading to d5, once again keeping an eye on this e3 pawn. So that was the position. Yeah, knight e4 seems logical, and bishop h6. Yeah, and this pressure on e3 is really hard to neutralize. White's supposed to get this e4 knight to f4. That would be ideal, but well, it's hard to imagine white doing so. Well, just thought maybe white should try it straight ahead, like knight f2. So b5 is not an option here, as knight on c6 is left unprotected. Although even this one is not the end of the world, but okay, so knight f2, then heading not only to h3, f4, which might be a little bit too slow, but also intending to jump on g4 in case of knight b4, for instance. White has knight g4 attacking the bishop, and if bishop is moved, then h4, bishop e7, and at least we can safely say white managed to save e3 pawn. But still some practical chances for black, of course. The knight f2, but apart from knight b4, of course, there are some other options. Actually, just spotted some e5 here, which could be actually quite interesting. Well, not really. d5 is coming. No, for some reason I thought d pawn is gonna be hanging after knight b4, but no, it's safely defended with queen and bishop from g2. So knight a6. Now this is just bad for black. So knight f2 is definitely an interesting try for Harika. Although she played queen b3. She has played queen b3, and well, let's see what happens. Queen b3, at least avoiding this knight b4. So now knight b4 is not an option, as white has covered b4 square. Well, in case of b5, so in case of b5, as far as I understand, white is planning knight d6. Yes, well, actually queen keeps e3 quite safely from b3, so black has to come up with something. So, I mean, under some different circumstances, this knight d4 could have worked. The take on c1, queen d4, but here black seems to be just too passive, and or white too active, to put it another way. So e3, and then, well, even queen is dominated, so has nothing to do but to go back, and obviously it has to be huge advantage for white. So I'm not sure about telling us play on moves, let's say 10, 11. So we had this position, and then this somewhat mysterious rook b8. Yeah, this rook b8, even starting from knight c7 she played early in this game. It already looks a bit artificial, but then rook b8 and especially c4, and I don't know if she didn't have any better options, but c4, knight d2, now it seems like white already has an upper hand in this battle. Now we are shown the game of Shao Xu with Olga Giria, so let's find out how these girls are proceeding. Yeah, Schlechter variation in Slav, or semi-Slav they call it, right? So queen e7, and well, actually after queen e7 white played bishop f1, so which probably defines a bit different plan. So white is not going for e3, e4, but rather just trying to prevent black's active possibilities, and possibly hoping to get an initiative on king side, on queen side once again, at a3, b4, and so on. So a6, already I guess I've mentioned this move. a6, a4. Well, and I'm not sure about black's next move, so e5 was played, de5, knight e5, and queen e2. So then white's gonna have, white's gonna have some benefits in structure here. Let's say in case of rook d8, it's going to be isolated pawn for black, but even in this case, so black setup is so compact, and well, everything's perfectly centralized. Well, even with this weak d5 pawn, I don't expect black to be much worse, especially well, don't know what to do with this bishop on f1. I mean, so g3, bishop g2 seems to be not really realistic, and perhaps it's not even the best option for black, as black as well has something like that to take on c4, bc4, and this one is quite tricky actually, because black has got an outpost on c4, well, on c5, I'm sorry, I'll make it green rather, an outpost on c5 for her pieces, and well, if black successfully manages to put the knight here on c5, she might be, well, once again in a good position here. Yeah, actually, I'm still not sure what to choose, because on one hand this rook a d8, no, sorry, that's the position, so on one hand this rook a d8 seems to be just solid enough, although this bc4, dc4 is definitely more ambitious. Well, also Olga spending a lot of time, so 40 minutes left after just 16 moves, of which like 13 I believe has been known for her. So we're gonna find out what happens next, and meanwhile let us switch to something else, to Muminova. Yeah, let's check how Muminova is doing. So Nafisa Muminova, white, once again I have to remind you, white against Juve and June. So queen c5, bishop d3 eventually, b4, finally black plays b4, knight e2 and e5. This is a typical trick for this variation of Richter-Hauser. So of course black obviously has a weakness on d5, but the point of this b4 e5 is actually that white knight is restricted with those pawns pretty much, and has hard times coming into play. Well, actually, beg your pardon, but I lied actually, so bishop h6 was the move. Yeah, so bishop h6, so they have a bit of different thinking, because to me it comes automatically if white has played, if black has played b4, then next move e5 just comes automatically, but in actual fact there is nothing wrong with bishop h6, as it covers f4 as well, and d4 is covered with the queen. So bishop h6 first, but after rook f1 still black couldn't find anything better but to play e5, knight g3 and a5. So, well, looks like black has got what he wanted at the moment. So what's gonna be a continuation here? Knight h5, that's once again a typical setup. Then it's a question who's going to be faster. So king e7, then all the black pieces are turning to attack, so rook comes from h8 to p8 or 8. Looks like black's gonna be faster in this case, so g4 for instance, a4, h4, and already black may start to open some files with b3, or actually there is another option of just playing bishop e3 and even moving the bishop to d4. Yeah, looks like white has misplayed it a little bit. a5, and still white cannot get to d5. Yeah, there is an option of playing queen e2, which might be actually not that bad, but let's say black goes the same, king e7, bishop c4, but white won't move any further because bishop d5 is met with bishop b5, though it's it's less clear, I have to say. Ah, well, there is queen h5 threat as well, so no, but I mean, if black plays a4, then bishop d5 is sound actually, because bishop b5, queen h5 is good for white, I suppose. Still some calculation needed, but okay, at least white king doesn't seem to be that bad. And of course f7 is hanging, h6 is heading. This line is not good for black, so perhaps queen e2 would be more of a correct move for black, for white. But what black can do almost all the time is change the queens, and still, even though with queen e3, let's say in this case, just to play queen e3, and even though he has a weak d5 square, but this knight is seemingly out of play for such a long that normally even in an endgame, with this knight being on g3 for white, black doesn't face much problems here. a5, and okay, now it's a turn for Nafisa Momino what to think. So let's go back to Katerina Lagnovis, Alexandra Kostyniuk, because I'm really wondering which setup Alexandra chose after the last knight ft4 we saw. So knight d4, I guess I've already said that's a possibility. Knight d4, bishop, knight a5, and Katerina came up with bishop d2, which is probably stronger than the move I've mentioned. Bishop d2, attacking the knight, and because in my line after knight e6, f6, bishop d2 is not possible because of, well, it is possible, but knight b3 and white is not in time to take on b7. Then eventually, I don't know if it's good for white, this one. But here, after knight b2, okay, bishop b2, b3 is guarded, but this knight on d4, and eventually those black pawns on b7, c7 may start falling. Well, it's just a question what to do on knight c4, because, well, just thought about some opposite colors in the endgame. Knight e6, knight d2. Okay, I'm not sure if we arrive there to the opposite colors, because okay, it's still tricky. Rook d1, knight b3. Perhaps knight c7. No, not really. There is rook b1, for instance, but in the worst case, black can still play knight a5. I don't see much of a progress for white. The knight c4. Of course, white can just repeat the moves with bishop f4, where I don't expect black to have anything better. Actually, that was the position she played, knight a5, so the bishop f4 will definitely lead to repetition, but still I'm curious if white has anything better than that. Well, something like bishop e1 seems to be, well, looks too smart to be true. Bishop e1. Well, although it's not clear how to defend this knight here on c4. If b7, okay, it's all about b7 pawn, because if b7 falls, then eventually c pawn is gonna fall, and white's gonna keep at least an extra pawn, one extra pawn here. So bishop d2, and Alexandra is not really in a hurry to play knight c4 back. As well, so perhaps bishop e1 is the point of, as the move white is relying on in case of knight c4. And all in all, it looks like Katerina managed to get an advantage out of the English opening for a second consecutive time in her white games. Well, good display. Well, now with Kyria, we checked. Well, Harika Dronovali with Elina Danielian. Let's find out which move Elina made. The knight. Well, we've seen already this one a bit further. So Queen B3. Well, so just an error here. Queen B3 defending E3, and black calmly played Bishop D7. Bishop D7, and Rook FD1 was the move from Harika Dronovali. So last move in this game so far. Rook D1. All the program moves white has made, so that achieving nearly ideal Catalan setup, and has won a pawn as well. But still, this bishop on H6 is a bit annoying. So it won't be that easy for white to move further. Although for black it doesn't seem to be easy as well. Don't know if knight A5 just sort of can't. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too old, because my first intention in any complicated position is to change a couple of pieces. So knight A5. Then okay, if knight takes, queen takes. Actually, it has some point, because knight from C4 was defending E3, and the other knight, the black's knight on C6, wasn't really doing much. So maybe it's not that stupid after all. Eventually, playing bishop to E6, to C6. So as long as white is a bit stuck here with this E pawn, maybe it's not such a bad idea actually. Well, black is starting to have some threats there. Some even bishop A4 possibilities at some point. Though it's not really an option at the moment. Bishop A4 will be met with queen A3, but maybe later on. So there is knight C5, for instance, and then, well, I just wonder if bishop C6 is acceptable for black. So bishop C6. If white takes on C6, then BC6, and queen is attacked, and at the same time queen has to keep both B2 and E3 pawns. So black may hope for some counterplay in this case. Well, although never happen, as they prefer, of course, to keep more pieces on the board. Thus, Elina played queen E7, also connecting the rooks, planning to bring one of the rooks to D8, the other one to C8, seemingly. Okay, that could be an idea, to put F rook to D8, then bishop E8 maybe. But still, well, there is also a fair chance she still looks for knight B4, knight D5 maneuver. But, well, to me knight A5 wasn't that bad anyway. Maybe I just like to change pieces then. So, once again, Bella Hotenashvili with Kulishanna Kvaeva. As I said, pretty much complicated game that is. And after knight C3, bishop A6, we left Bella to think if she has something concrete here. But okay, after calculating for some minutes, she decided finally she's gonna just play rook B1. Somewhat mysterious move, to be honest. So the point of which is rebuilding bishop at C3, BC3 line. Of course, then rook is to the point on B1, but no one's gonna take on C3 then. So rook B1, H6. Black just played H6. driving this bishop away, releasing the pin. Bishop e7, then, oh sorry, bishop e3. So bishop works on e3, and rook b7, and knight g4. Knight g4 once again. The knight seemingly steps. Knight on e5 is nicely looking, but not really efficient. So it stops e4, e5, and well, and with black pieces being a bit far from her own king, so that's what white is looking for. Knight g4, and then eventually e5, and maybe knight e4, bringing all the pieces here to the king side. So let's say in case of knight d7 especially, then e5 would be played for sure. Then also bishop starts to work, knight d5 and knight e4, and though I'm still not sure if it works for white, but it looks like with such a concentration of pieces here on a king side, it must be something for white. At least this looks like a typical way to handle these positions. So knight g4. It might be as well well, not exactly a threat, but just an intention to take on h6 in one day. So still, I don't like so much this rook b1, but all in all the position looks so much complicated and exciting, so I think it's going to be interesting. Knight g4, and something black already played some moves, so we getting those moves with a bit of a delay, as Bella seems... oh no, it's not Bella shown, sorry, so it's still we are shown a game of Nafisa Mominova. So maybe it's alright, it's tipped up with our transmission, because you know, sometimes we just getting our moves from a live transmission with a bit of a delay. Well, knight g4, that's our current situation here. Well, let's proceed further. Well, it's a bit of a surprise in Nafisa Mominova with Chuvin June. So once again, I think I'll bring you the board of this one. a5, queen e2. Black just played a4, not paying any attention to white's plan with... okay, actually king d7 wasn't really needed perhaps. Queen e2, a4, bishop c4, and black played bishop g5. So to avoid those queen h5 threats and at once, so white rook is not on h1, so h4 is not possible. Actually it could be black who is looking for h5, h4, just to restrict this poor horse completely. Well, I'd say all in all it looks already like black has got a better prospects. And well, perhaps white still should play for although it's not really a compensation, I thought white has to play for a exchange sacrifice or something like that. I mean, just not taking care about this rook on f1, but playing some queen h5 or something. It's not the knight which is on d5. The knight on d5 would give white some compensation, but not the bishops. Black just can take, and then knight takes and proceed with something like a3. Though maybe it's the best option for black, for white anyway, because at least bishop from b3 is going to defend the king very well. So of course white won't take on a3, but objectively it has to be good for black. So after bishop g5, I think black is already better. So once again they are playing at a bit slower rate. So well, let's visit before we leaving for a break. Let's visit once again a game of our leaders. Actually, it's progressed much further. cd5, CD4. Somehow I just forgot. So Antoanetta Stefanova with Humpy Conero one more time. CD5, CD4, Bishop D4 took on E2. The line we mentioned just with some different move order, and Rook D5 then. So with this move, Black is threatening to take on E5. So White has to spend some time defending her Queen B2, and then Humpy played Knight D7. After Knight D7, she took with the Queen. Well, not quite sure what is that, as well, for a moment the pawn on F6 seems to be on offer. I don't see what's gonna happen in case of Bishop F6, G6, Queen F6. Well, there is something with Rook D3, but even with Rook D3, Black is not winning the pawn back. Yeah, it seems like Humpy somewhat misplayed the opening if everything is correct with the transmission, and if I'm not blundering anything in one move, which is possible as well. So Bishop F6, G6, Queen F6, perhaps Queen B5 is the move Humpy is relying at. Yeah, I have to say, I just missed this one. So Queen B5, and White can't castle really. Although it's still, but definitely should give a compensation. I just thought perhaps H4 is an interesting trying to lift the rook on H3. Let's say in case of Queen B3, Rook H3 would be fine for White. Although perhaps White is threatening nothing. Rook G3, King F8. There isn't much. Maybe still Black is in the perfect shape. So then it makes two options possible for White: not to take at all on F6, but to castle. After which, to be honest, I don't think White's gonna have something concrete. Or the other one is to take F6 and then not to take the pawn, but to castle first. At least taking care of her own king safety. But once again, after, let's say, even the most primitive King G7, I don't see White getting any advantage. Okay, this somewhat weakened pawn structure is really not enough, especially with such a pieces on the board. It would be relevant with some knights being on the board, but definitely not here. So Black is perfectly solid in this line. So I hope we covered everything for this second hour of play, and let us have a break then, and I'm coming back in some 10-15 minutes to, well, and what's going to be under scope. It's the most exciting stage, actually, the time trouble stage, when a lot of mistakes being made normally, and a lot of turnovers we see. So we are for a break and come back in 10-15 minutes. Dear chess friends, welcome for a live coverage of a fifth round here in Tashkent. It's Women's Grand Prix. Well, so we are approaching the third round, third hour of play. Actually, exactly the hour when they start to move is a bit faster, as they are getting a bit shorter on time. And of course, the opening stage is already over. So basically, all the positions developed in the complicated middle games. Still, some of them being, well, literally at the opening stage, but with both players being out of theory, it still means they are playing not out from the book, but rather with their own abilities, and that's of course it's what is interesting for the spectators. Well, at the moment we are shown Alexandra Kostenyuk, who's black against Katerina Lagno, so let me find out how the game of those two developing. So I hope I can bring you the board soon. Yeah, so that is the position we left the girls. So bishop d2. Well, that was the position. And instead of knight c4, Alexandra played knight b3. So knight takes b3, bishop b3, bishop b7, rook e8, bishop a5. And well, as has been said, it's a fair chance that, well, they're gonna finish playing 4 versus 3 endgame, because both of black pawns of queen side are quite weak. So c7 is gonna be taken just on the next move. Well, it's still not clear if black is able to take e5, so definitely he cannot in the moment. So rook e5 is bishop c7, and then black is losing an exchange. So perhaps black has to take on a4 first, then after bishop c7, rook d7. Well, the moment there is a threat of lifting the other rook to e7, and then both bishops is going to be under the fire. So what white can do? Okay, bishop c6 seems to lead nowhere, as black's gonna take c7, and then if white takes f7, okay, white takes e8 and rook c1, bishop a4, rook f1. Of course you cannot win this with opposite colors bishops. Then rook c7, bishop e8. Well, and in case of bishop a4, then take on c1 and rook e5, and black just has to be safe. Yeah, so far I can tell you that's exactly what happened. So black took on a4 and white took c7. Eventually rook d7 seems to be practically the only move, and then okay, white has to retreat her bishop from b7 then. Well, seems to be decent chance for black to escape, but still bishop a6, the pawn is the pawn. Pawn is the pawn, and okay, it's hard to see how black's gonna take this e5. So bishop a3 is the possibility, maybe, and then intending to pursue this rook, but rook c4, and still bishop b3 is bad. And yeah, actually maybe rook c4 is sort of a threat after bishop a6. And on the other hand, it's hard to say what to play for black at all. Yeah, so maybe rook d7 is already not the best which position is offering. So all in all, it looks like Lagno has decent chances to claim an advantage at least. I'm still not sure if it's winning for white, but so far it's an extra pawn, and somehow those bishops are quite nicely placed, restricting both black rooks. So it's important though to find the bishop a6 dominating black bishops there. Bishop a6. Well, I've just put it. I know. No, rook e6 would be nice, but there is bishop c8, so rook e6 doesn't work as well. So that's the current situation here. And well, we are waiting for Alexandra to make a move, and she's down to 16 minutes on her clock, which means a bit of a time trouble already. So 24 moves being made here. Actually, that's the far advanced game from our today's round. 24 moves, and most of the games being progressed till move 20 so far. Then what we have else? We have Antonetta Stefanova playing against the actual leader, so let's find out what is going on here. So that was the position when we declared that a capture on f6 would be too risky after queen b5. Then white king is stuck in the center, and well, Antonetta decided not to take on f6 at all, but to castle immediately. But after knight e8, not sure what is going on. Rook a c1, rook f d8 was the move of Hampi Conero. a4 and queen e7, so black is probably looking to push e5, then play f7 f6. Let's say in case of b4, so black's gonna play e5, then f6, and somehow white's own bishop restricts the c file for white. Perhaps f6 is the move black can wait with. Now e4 is the threat, so f6 is the must. And well, maybe the whole e5 idea is maybe not needed yet, though it still doesn't look. Okay, it might be equal, but doesn't look boring. It's still everything is possible. So b4 seems to be a decent move. Yes, well, was eventually planning to get b5, then maybe bishop c3, bishop b4, and still, well, b5, and also to place the rook on c6 would be nice for white. Yeah, maybe still white has some pressure, so it's hard to say. Well, absolutely very complicated position in Bella Hotenishvili with Ulisan Nagbayeva developed third as well. Knight g4, so that is the position we've seen. Actually, we see Bella at our screen now. Yeah, the knight g4, and black just took on g4. After queen g4 played king h8. Of course, h6 was hanging. e5, opening the bishop, preparing to jump on e4 with the knight. Then black decided to take on c3, bc3, and f5. So this way black opens up the position a bit, but at least black queen comes there to defend her own king. So queen f6. Here white, or maybe, I'm not sure, as always, maybe white could have taken on b5 in this moment, just to make sure black cannot take back with the pawn. There is an option to take with the pawn though. So bishop b7, bishop b7, rook b5, and move the bishop somewhere. But it seems hard for black to create something serious on these light squares, with knight being still on b8. So that'll never happen. White played bishop e4. Ah, well, pardon. Bishop c3, bc3, that wasn't the case. Well, sorry, so b4 was played. b5, b4 was played. Okay, this one is much more logical, actually. b4 was played, stabilizing the situation here on the king side, and eventually black may get a passed pawn here. f2, f4, now white is ready for f5, so f5 for black is the must, so then it makes much more sense. So ef6, queen f6, bishop e4, and eventually knight d7. Well, this knight d7 though, I'm not quite sure if it looks like Black just leaves this c4, no, c6 pawn, right? So bishop, white can capture on c6. White can capture on c6, and I don't know. So what's the big plan for black? Well, to move the rook, definitely. Bishop is going somewhere. Maybe black is going to try to change bishops this way. Yeah, and if she succeeds to do so, of course it becomes much nicer for black compared to what she has now. The other is, yeah, but knight d7, maybe knight d7 was forced because there is a f5 threat. f4, f5, white is threatening f4, f5, so maybe black had to do something. So now f5 is, at least f5 is met with e5, and then d5, knight's gonna take on e5. Though it's still not clear, so take on e5, knight e5, moving the queen somewhere, preparing for bishop d4. Although this, well, not sure if this somewhere exists. As queen f4, there is knight d3. So bishop takes, c takes, bishop d4. It's not the end of the world, I suppose. Well, but it might just be, as actually h6 is hanging. So queen f7, queen h6 check. And then it's much more dangerous for black. Queen g5. So it's still very complex, of course, but well, Bella is down to 18 minutes and some seconds. So also we are waiting to see a bit of a time trouble during this hour. So let's move further to some other games. Of course, we are interested to see what's going on in Muminova with Juvin June. So let's find out. Once again, Richter Rauser. So here the situation on the clock is almost even, half an hour each, but the position is not. So after knight h5, black played king d7, and white answered rook with rook fe1. So at least preventing black bishop from stepping to e3. So ups. So rook e1 was the last move, and rook fe1. Well, it's not that easy for black as well, because a3, b3, while being, of course, bringing some benefits, but it's hard to say if it's going to be enough. Okay, if black manages to get his queen on to c3, it's, well, of course it means game over, but how to do that? So bishop b5, actually it might be just good, because the knight on h5, it's already been mentioned, the knight on h5 is just too badly placed. So in case of rook d5, black has bishop c4, then the endgame is probably just bad. So if queen c4, black takes and plays rook c8, eventually winning the pawn, and this knight stands still on h5. So if white takes with the pawn, at least to win a tempo here, then black retreats with the queen, still planning rook d8, but it's far less clear. It's far less clear, so maybe it's not needed for black, this a3 move. Moving further then, Harika Dronovali with Elina Danielian. We've seen Harika being a pawn up. Well, and finally in this position after queen e7, she went for the idea which has been previously mentioned. Knight f2, b5, and well, here she decided she will play knight e5. Well, quite an interesting approach as well. So triple pawns here, once again on e-file. Actually, we remember Lagno could have had those 3 pawns on e-file. Actually, it's Harika is now. So, white is playing knight g4. Well, so rook c7 was a threat. Black played rook f to c8, and white plays knight g4. So, white has to be better still. Yes. Okay, let's say this extra pawn on the king side is not really relevant, but at least knight from g4 guards it nicely. And on queen side, definitely it's white who has some pressure with both rooks being on open files. So, the moment it's clear white just wants to take on h6. Although maybe it's not even needed immediately. So maybe white just can improve her position step by step. So all in all looks still pretty much dubious for Elina. After knight g4. So Harika may, well, make a step in the right direction. So far I don't see Conner winning, and if Harika wins, that's gonna mean she's gonna catch the leader. Moving third once again, Katerina Lagnovis, Alexandra Kostyniuk. Only one move since we left the girls, so that was the situation in Lagnovis Kostyniuk, as we've been mentioned. Katerina has won a pawn, and now, well, actually a7 I expect to fall sooner or later. So it's just a question if the result in endgame is gonna be 4 versus 3, which is far more likely, or 5 versus 3 if white, well, well, it's hard to believe, but there is a possible case where white keeps both his e pawns and wins a pawn of black. So rook d4, well, white can actually, I just thought white can stabilize those pawns with f4, then retreating the bishop to f3, I mean playing it in a super safe manner. Well, to me white looks just that much better. Don't know if... No, Katerina plays a different move, bishop a6, but also we've mentioned, I guess, this bishop a6 actually. So bishop is moved there to d3 or c4. Also still keeps control on c8. Black finds it hard to obtain a counterplay here. Yeah, it's hard for black to get some counterplay. Well, black also has to jump with the bishop, I suppose. Something like bishop a3. Or try... Well, g5 is not really a try to win. I don't know how black's gonna win this e5 pawn. So I thought some g5 will do, but... Okay. f4 is an option even there, although perhaps white has some better moves to proceed. Yeah, bishop a6, so black decided to jump with her own bishop to a3. Then okay. Well, rook c4 is just the way to blunder. Yes, after those takes, rook c8 wins the bishop for white, sorry, yes. Black is in time to capture and defend the bishop on a4. So rook c4 is definitely not the move to be played. There is rook a1 on the other hand, rook a1 chasing the bishop away. And, well, perhaps the point of bishop a3 is to put the bishop on c5 then. To put the bishop on c5, but eventually trying to get rid of this c7 bishop. But I'm not sure if this bishop on a4 is not lost. I mean, if white starts to pursue this rook, e3, at least there is rook d7. Yeah, at least there is rook d7, so bishop a3. Well, but I still expect white to play rook d1. Well, and Alexandra is also at a tight spot with 12 minutes left for 15 moves remaining to reach a time control, and a pawn down as well. So, and Katerina, it will be a very important win for Katerina also, as Katerina is +2 if she, well, if she manages to, or +1, sorry, perhaps I'm mixing up. Well, but anyway, any win in this tournament is of course very important, so we don't even argue with that. Okay, let's move third. Zhao Xu with Olga Giria. We didn't check this game for long. DC4. Oh no, no, wasn't played actually. So I have to. Well, a lot of moves been made. So somehow perhaps I just missed this game in the previous hour. So Queen E2. Yeah, and we said like DC4, BC4 is possible, but also Black found the other possibility, Queen B4. Rook A B1, then Black just took on B3, CD5, CD5. So I assume no tactical tricks been working there. Don't know. Yeah, on knight D5. I could have been played this knight D5 actually. Well, anyway, White played Bishop A1 just to get back the pawn from B7. Queen A3. Rook takes B7, Rook E6, and Queen A2. Queen takes, Knight takes, Knight E to D7. So what basically happens? Well, it looks like just a bit better endgame for Black. Oh, sorry, for White, of course, with two bishops here. So once again, referring to this E5 move, which was played at the move 14, this E5. Perhaps this Kamsky's approach to this position, which is just to wait for White to show the plan. Perhaps it's a bit more to the point than this E5, because then seemingly without putting in much effort, White seemed to get really a pleasant endgame. So knight A2, knight D7, bishop D4. Well, typical move, restricting the bishop from the knight from jumping to C5. Rook C8, knight B4. Already it looks like pawn's gonna start to fall, and A5 was played. The A5 means well, bishop A5, so that means White can win a pawn in several different ways. Just a question which way to choose. Well, this one looks attractive, I have to say. Bishop F6, Knight F6, Knight D5. Surprisingly heading into opposite colored bishops, because in fact it's not about the color of the bishop, but more about the attack of F7 square. The White looks pretty much winning here. Okay, and Rook C1 is not even possible, because it's actually White who's going to win the bishop on the last rank here in this particular case. Although maybe Black, no, Black is not in time. I said Black will give her bishop, then win the opponent's bishop, but Black is not in time to do so. King G7 take and Rook D6, but there is Rook D8 back. That's all over. Yeah, so after A5, and the other one of course is Knight takes D5, Knight D5, and well, some possibilities there. I don't know, to take G7 then D5, to take D7 immediately. Numerous options, but really I like this opposite colored stuff. Here it looks much better for White. Well, I mean, if Black doesn't have immediately this counterplay with Rook C1 or so, if White is allowed to build up his position, it's practically hopeless. G3, King G2, Bishop to B5, even changing a pair of rooks. Even without those A pawns, which are definitely just adds some hardness to Black's task. Even without those A pawns, it's quite an unpleasant position for Black. But with A pawn being on the board, it might be just lost. well, and surprisingly it's very tense in every game, even in more or less quiet Stefanovas. It's still nothing is clear, so I don't know what to expect from this round. Actually, it might be turned. Okay, it can't be turned upside down, the whole cross table, because there is a certain distance between the leaders and outsiders. But of course, it's hard to predict any single result in a game. Well, don't know if I checked everything here. Yeah, back to Hotenashvili with Mominova then. Well, that's not true, this position, actually. Yeah, that was my fantasies. So, knight d7, we said. Bishop e4, knight d7. And okay, after f5 we could have reached this one, but of course pawn on c6 seems to be quite tasty. So bishop c6, rook c7, so at least I've correctly got the idea of Gulistan Nakbaeva to get rid of this c pawn, just in order to change the bishops. But Bella also spotted the idea, of course, and she played queen f3, which is called to extend the influence on this long diagonal. So black can't play bishop b7 at once, at least at once. This bishop b7 is not possible. b4 is hanging. So it's just a question if black has something serious how to continue for black. Okay, there is some sort of e5 move here, which is, though I'm not sure if white just, okay, of course white can take d7, but even if white just moves the bishop, now e5 is just not good, because opening the position for the bishops, it's normally that is what is not recommended to do. Well, something like rook b8 could be tried as well, still preparing for bishop b7, meanwhile defending the pawn on b4. So that is possible as well. So queen f3, and Gulistan Nakbaeva is thinking what to do. So meanwhile on our screen it's Harika Dronavali with Alina Danielian, and they are making moves quite quickly, so let's check what happened there. Well, not a lot really. So knight b4 and knight g4, b5, b4 was an answer. Then white decided not to tease her opponent much, but just to take on h6. And Harika is, yeah, she's okay with the time, so the position is relatively simple, and she has like 20 minutes. So that's all right. Yeah, but the problem with those pawns, even if white wins another pawn on h6, still those triple pawns are of no use. Let's say if we're gonna get to, well, bishops hanging, for example. So somehow what white has to do is to manage to use those outposts these pawns are offering, which is not that easy with rook being on c-file. Without this rook on c-file, white could have started to lift her rook on d-file, like rook d4. I don't know, maybe it's still an idea to take on c8 and then just to play rook d4. Though it's hard to create any threat. Yeah, bishop on g2 seems to be of no use somehow. Then maybe Alina's position is not that bad after all. Well, Stefanova with Hampi. So back to Stefanova with Hampi, and once again I guessed it wrong. After a4, queen e7, I thought b4 was the plan, but instead Antoanetta played queen c2, preparing bishop's retreat if needed. Well, of course, that's a normal move. H5, and then queen e2. So I've just reconsidered my mind. She could have tell you. Well, so basically what it means, queen from e2, apart from jumps to a6 sometimes. It's also keeps an eye on h5. So in some cases, I mean, if rook's gonna go away, then h5 is hanging, and well, so black cannot afford herself to be absolutely relaxed. Queen e2, knight goes to d6, rook c2, preparing to double the rooks, also defending second rank, knight f5, and bishop c3. Bishop c3 now. e4 is no, e4 is not a threat still. Bishop c3, and okay, it's happy to move, but she doesn't even have to parry any threats. So e4 is not a threat, and h5 is not hanging. Perhaps, yeah, what white is really want to do is to put the rook on c1 and to occupy this c file, and then maybe retreat the bishop not on the long diagonal but on e1. Now that could be the case actually, to play rook fc1, then retreat the bishop to e1 and try to make use of c file, but still it's hardly likely. Still looks more or less balanced, and not sure if it's black who has to be careful after all. But so far this position seems to be, this one in Harika with Elena, the current one, seem to be the most quiet from the whole round. And I don't know if you remember, but we've already saw how they can play when they want to fight. I mean, those third round when no draws being made out of 6 games. Once again, Mominova with Juve in June. It progressed a bit. Knight h5, king d7, rook f e1, rook c8. White has played queen d3, bishop d7, and it's actually white who played b2, b3. But it means if black takes, then white takes back with... it's not sure if it's a bishop. So I thought bishop b3 is the point, but maybe just cb3, then rook to e2. Yeah, maybe white is not that bad after all. Wait a second, ab3, cb3, there is... oh well, d6 is hanging. Yeah, that's the problem. So that's with some queen f2, but of course with d6 being under attack, nothing is possible. Yeah, perhaps now I'm a bit reconsidering my mind. I thought it's just very much better for black, but maybe black should have used an opportunity to bring really the bishop to d4 at some stage, because now, let's say, after b3, it's not only the knight on h5, but the bishop on g5 is a bit out of play. Yeah, it stands nicely, it covers a couple of squares, but still cannot affect the queen side. So it could turn just in a, in a sort of a fortress, with almost all the pieces being on the board, but not really a lot of possibilities to break through for both sides. So perhaps black can try something like that, and I'm just wondering actually what is an endgame, let's say, after queen d5 or so. But actually, yeah, oh yeah, okay, bishop was hanging, so was it? I just thought, could white play bishop queen d5 at once instead of b3, which happened in the game, but possibly not. So queen c4, check. The knight is coming with the check, but now king d8, and check on b6 is answered with rook c7. No, so b3 is a really move which was needed. And I wonder what happens after ab3, which is probably a logical follow-up anyway. So b3, June is thinking, being down to 15 minutes for 15 moves. So still no big time troubles, as we've seen in the first round, let's say, when Bella Otenishvili had 1 minute after 20 moves. So still, this is, and as well, it's not such a huge difference. So Muminova has 25 minutes and Juvin Jr. has 15. So if White thinks for some 10 minutes in a complicated situation, it's already will be equal. So for the moment, I'm coming to the game, which I'll declare like in which White has, okay, one player has a much better chances than the other one to succeed. So Rook, Bishop A3. We've seen it's a game between Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Kostyniuk, of course, and I believe those who follow us constantly, they recognize this position. So we got it from English opening. So Rook A1 and Bishop F8, and well, this starts to smell, I have to say. If Black found nothing better than to lose to Tempi, it might be disaster for him. Okay, White played E3. Though I'm not sure about this E3 move, if it's not winning anything immediately. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but it might as well win. Well, the Rook has to move. Rook B4, I'd say. Bishop A5. Then Rook E4 is the only move. Well, actually, it starts to be dangerous for Black. Well, then the easiest way is probably just to play Bishop C3 when Black moves the bishop, then to put the bishop on D4, and this Rook will be caught sooner or later, as well as A7 is hanging. While yes, after E3, looks like Black is already in a tight spot. Yeah, E3, what to do? Rook is attacked. Okay, to start with Rook E4, then. Well, but the boards for Black that White don't even have to win it at once. Ah, well, just spotted an idea. What was wrong with? Ah, well, there is no. I thought for a second just that this Rook takes A4 is going to win immediately, because after Rook A4, Bishop B5, Black is losing the Rook. But there is, of course, Rook C8. And still, I'd say White's chances are pretty high there. White's chances are pretty high, because this A7 pawn is not really relevant, and here White has all the chances to press. But, okay, maybe it's just not needed. So E3, Rook E4 was the move of Alexandra Kostyniuk, and Alexandra is the one to have less time from today's round. She's actually on 1 minute. So Rook E4, well, and it all looks bad for Alexandra, I have to say. Though Bishop D3, Rook B4 is to be played, then Bishop A5, and it looks bad for White, for Black. So the Rook B3, it's Bishop C2, and it's all over. Yeah, so probably this game won't last for long. So after Rook E4, seems like Bishop D3 gonna be an end of Kostyniuk's challenge for today. But of course, Katerina has more than half an hour, so she'd like to check it precisely if it wins. Well, I mean, it's still a possibility to move this Rook somewhere to G4, but even if White doesn't win a material immediately after F4, it's absolutely hopeless to play with such a Rook on G4. I mean, so it's not even, doesn't even have to be considered. Well, yeah, the Bishop D3 seems just to be winning for Katerina Lagno. Meanwhile, Xiao Xu with Olga Gira. I'm just wondering if I was right, estimating she's gonna go for opposite colors. Not really. A5, and she chose actually. So once again, it's Zhao Xu of China with Olga Girian. This endgame, which is pleasant for white, we already said so. So we got it from Schlechter variation of Slav defense. So there have been a couple of ways been mentioned how white wins the pawn with knight d5, similarly with bishop f6. That was my offer. Well, but Chinese preferred to play knight d3 to keep the tension. Actually, maybe it's the strongest after all, I don't know, because still those pawns are going to fall shortly. So rook e c6 was played. White played rook a7, rook c2, so I tried to create some sort of counterplay, but I don't see actually one. So rook takes, bishop f8, and rook a7 back. So white doesn't hesitate to eat this pawn in with this 3 moves maneuver, rook from b7 to a7, then take on a7 and go back. Then what happens, those knights seemingly defending each other, but in fact while both of them are attacked, none of them can move. And as well, I can declare this one to be not simply better, but winning for white with the precise play. Well, especially taking into account that Gira is... Okay, well, it's actually not that important that she has not enough time, but Chinese has like half an hour, which is just perfect for such a technical positions. So she's not in a time trouble. It is normally time trouble. It's a, you know, it's a stage where those technical positions are not that pleasant to play. Well, what else? We can check once again. Well, Stefano, I don't expect this one to become quite interesting in next couple of moves. Yeah, of course, Bella Hotenishvili with Gulishan Nakpaeva. Queen f3. We just saw rook fc8. Adding another rook to press on this bishop. Bishop e4, queen e7, f5. So Bella is opening the king side. Then everything is coming there. ef5, bishop f5, bishop b7, and d5 was the move of Bella Hotenashvili. And well, not quite sure what is that, and as what I can see is just bishop takes d5, which is a bit of a surprise. I don't know if that is a brilliant pawn sacrifice and white is playing to play something like, I mean, retreating the queen to f4, for example, just in case to get the square on d4, and that of course would be brilliant if it works, but for some reason I think it's just a blunder. Then white's gonna take d5, then it's check and knight f6, and well, maybe it's not that simple after all. Yeah, knight f6. Sorry, so king has to go. Knight f6. It's not such a good idea, I suppose, because white's gonna capture on a5. Then rook is hanging, but cannot move really. Yeah, that's not that convenient, I have to say. Yeah, rook c5. It's well, now queen b4. Then it's actually black who's happy after rook a5. But something like queen a6 maybe. Yeah, well, it's well complicated anyway. Even though I still believe bishop d5 to be a decent move. But apart from that, maybe black has something else. Now, rook d8 and rook f8 comes into my mind as well. Rook f8 turn, but maybe it doesn't work. So I don't know. Rook f8, then bishop d4 at least. The d5 is not hanging anymore. Bishop d4 with rook a1 to come. So black's king position definitely looks shaky. So if it's ever possible to take on d5, I mean to simplify, I guess black has to do this. So let me try one more time. So bishop d5, queen d5. Oops, queen d5, queen e3. Once again, for those who just joined us, I have to remind that a game of Bella Hatanishvili with Kulisan Lakbaeva. Check, and okay, in this situation I'm not sure where to go with the king. But okay, let's play king h1, then we see if there is any difference. Knight f6, and well, and we set queen a5. There is rook c5. But if we play king g2 instead, then the same knight f6, queen a5. So this check doesn't help much, or yeah, it looks so. Yeah, check, it's rook f2, and white is winning some material. Rook cannot retreat from c8, so rook c5 is sort of forced, but then it looks like white can actually take on b4. But still it's rather complicated. Knight is jumping to d5. So, I mean, here seems to be okay for white. She's in time. Well, but still some knight d5 here. Knight d5. Okay, it's queen b7 on the other hand. Queen b7. Although queen b7 is rook f8, right? So queen b7 just tried to be tricky, but queen b7 is bad because rook f8 and then rook f1. Of course, knight e3 will follow. Then eventually winning the queen with discovered attack. Okay, it's far from being forced, of course. But I'm just trying to figure out if d5 is a brilliancy or Bella just... Okay, she doesn't have 1 minute, she has 10 minutes, so that means we can hardly believe she blunted this bishop d5. So let's move further then. Antonetta Stefanova with Hampi Conero, and honestly I don't like so much the moves Stefanova is making in terms of not to lose the game. So bishop c3 we saw, queen g5 was the move of Hampi Conero, and Antonetta played f2 f4, which is, well, I'd say quite a responsible move. That means, well, queen g6, which was actually played, and of course easy to predict this one. Then I'm not sure what happens there. But f4 was of course weakening white's pawn chain pretty much. Then we're gonna see what happens there. Okay, e4 is already probably slightly better for black. So knight d4, bishop takes, rook takes, and black looks, well, maybe f5 is still should be fine. I mean, okay, f5 takes, and well, queen g5 shouldn't be that problematic for white. But of course black is more active, you know, and it's quite a thin fringe between okay, just equal position, slightly worse but choice position, and then all of a sudden you may find yourself in trouble, you know. Yeah, actually that's exactly what happened. e4, knight d4, white tick, but yeah, but this f4 is a bit strange, I have to say. Was it really needed, I mean, to play f4, or perhaps she just couldn't find the other option how to develop it? Well, it might have been like that. So white thought she's gonna play rook e2, and then eventually she's spotted like this is not good, and I'll show you why this is not good, because there is knight h4. Then in case of g3, rook d2 is coming with fork on f3. In case of f3 or f4, okay, even f4 here, black's gonna take on g2, then eventually winning the bishop on d2, and it's an endgame with a pawn up, which is, well, at least looks much better, probably winning for black. And that is f4, which was a bit nervous, I'd say. Queen g6, e4, everything changed on d4, and f5. Yeah, well, at least logical follow-up, trying to open up the position for her pieces. Yeah, maybe white still has enough resources not to get into trouble, but it's definitely white who has to be careful here. F5 and black played queen g4. So not actually taking on f5. Now that is quite interesting. Black played queen g4. And then keeping e4 pawn under attack. But not sure what happens if white just takes on g4, takes e6 and plays rook f4. Is white lost here? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, rook f4. Yeah, maybe it will be just okay for white. So, well, I have to switch much faster between the games because they are playing at a much faster rate than once again Minova versus Chu in June, so I'll just won't comment really a lot, but just showing you the moves and describing what's going on. So p3, bishop c6 back, actually. Yeah, that's, of course, black would love to keep the tension here, not to decide what to do, keep all the options open. g3, eventually getting h4, so rook d7, Chu in June defenses the pawn on d6, h4, bishop moves, and g4. And well, now it seems to be a bit different then. So bishop f4 was the move black played. And okay, now it seems to be quite interesting what is going on. So bishop f4 was actually needed, probably, because okay, bishop f8 leaves the bishop out of play for till the rest of the game. Then white has been threatening to take on f6, then eventually playing g5, getting to black's king, so bishop f4. Then it's a question what's gonna happen next, because at least white can take there on f4. I'm not sure if white... well, there is queen e5. No, I thought, okay, white can take on f4 and play queen f1. And the reason to play to f1, not to f3, is revealed in this line. So queen e5, I suppose, is the move to play for black, and then white has rook d5. Nice little trick. So if queen c3, then rook d3, repeating the moves. But on the other hand, after queen f1, a3 is possible. Then if white takes, then black's gonna play queen e5. And if queens are changed, I believe there isn't much of a danger. Okay, there might be actually. I thought the endgame is absolutely safe, but I'm not sure. So anyway, bishop f4, and it's white to move. So leaving the girls, because as I said, I have to be quick then. Next game, and Lina Danielian with Harika Dronabali. So here we are, rook, no, that's analysis position actually. We took on h6, and queen d3 has been played. Queen d3 has been played. So Harika still, okay, that transfers the queen at least in the zone of her opponent's king. Bishop a4, b3, took on c1, covered d-file here. Rook d8, queen c4, bishop e8. So still black looks solid enough to handle it. Queen f4, king g7, h4. So white wants to avoid any possible queen's exchange, though I'm not quite sure if it's a right attitude in this position. Bishop b5 played Elina Danielian. Well, probably planning to... Okay, perhaps it's just to cover c4, not to let white to lift this rook to c4. But what I expect white to do in this position is just to play rook c2, king f2, bishop f3, and then see what happens at normal actions one should do in a time trouble stage. Well, bishop f3 actually white decided she wants to start with bishop f3, which is all just okay. So moving further is, I thought like no could finish this one rather quickly, and it's not the, okay, it is actually, it is the case, so it's almost finished. Well, so that is what happened. Rook e4, bishop d3, rook b4, bishop b5. So we already discussed that if black is bishop a5, if black is trying to move the rook on g4, that probably f4 just wins. So black gave away an exchange. Bishop takes b4, bishop d3, rook f d1, bishop e2, then rook d4. Black took on b4 here, took on d4. Okay, that's hopeless of course, but Alexandra is in a time trouble, and probably she's just doesn't have time enough to consider the resignation. Although perhaps white wasn't the most precise here in this position, as okay, rook e5, still of course it's easily winning, but why, still wondering why not to execute it in a bit different way. So I'll tell you what I mean. Rook takes b4, rook e5, rook a7 and g5. So if black gets g4, bishop f3, then okay, it wouldn't be really problematic, but there will be some problems, and maybe white just has to play g4 actually. Now that seems to be a good idea, just to play g4, h3, come with the king to g3. So that should do the job for white. Yeah, but white actually could have played after rook d1, bishop e2. White, seems to me, white just could have played rook e1, and then well, maybe it's the same. Bishop f3 takes a7 and takes e5. Yeah, maybe it's just the same. So Lucknow is winning, but still it takes some time. So let's move further to Zhao Xu with Ikiria, and Zhao Xu also has an extra pawn, so seems like has very good winning chances, with actually Giria's time on the clock being down to only 1 minute. So we've seen rook a7, and we said both black knights are tied down defending each other. So bishop d6 has been played, rook b1, rook a2, g2, g4, rook d8. Well, I just discovered it's already a time for my break has passed away, but well, what can I do if it's such an exciting stage? It's a time trouble stage. So rook d8, we are forced to cover everything. Knight b4. So literally, if black takes this one, then he simply cannot move. As this knight is not moving as well because of rook d7, then with rook b8 and a back rank mate to follow, so knight b4. Black plays rook a3. White answered with knight c6, rook c8. Well, white has all the chances to win, that's for sure. Well, I just wonder if there is any direct way to proceed, or white just have to capitalize her extra pawn. And well, actually I just spotted this rook is not that comfortable on a3. So after something like, yes, there might be some ideas to catch this rook even, like to play bishop b5, let us say, and okay, rook is not that easily coming out. So once again, all the chances for Zhao Xu. So today it seems like white is dominating, apart from Stefanova's game. So well, let me check once again briefly, but nothing seems to be finished here. Okay, that's once again a position of Gulishan Nakpaeva with black against Bela Hotenashvili. Gulishan didn't take this pawn on d5, so I suppose both of them seem better than I saw in this position. Instead black played rook e8, bishop d4, queen d6, rook b e1. So it looks like white improving her position pretty much. Rook b1, knight e5 and queen f4, and black is really tight here. Yeah, looks so dangerous, this one. But maybe still black is holding, because I saw rook e7, white has bishop e6, but then in this case rook e6, d6, queen d5, and it's black who starts counterplay actually. Yeah, it's black who starts counterplay. Yeah, and rook c e7 has been played. And well, and since they're still playing, and I hope nobody's gonna lose on time, I guess I'm up for a break then, and going to be back in 10 minutes, and hopefully the games will be still on. So, well, I'm having a break and coming back as soon as possible.
Welcome to our first today's press conference. Here with us Zhao Xiu from China and Olga Gira from Russia. Zhao just won, and please it was a game.
Okay, as the normal opening is Slav's defense. I just changed the move, but it's a normal opening. I think it's normal, maybe a little better for white, but actually it's nothing special. And after opening, Gia played Queen B4 and Queen B3. I think that's the wrong plan. After I took the exchange the B7 pawn with easy play for white. It's big advantage. There are weak pawn and air bishop and air piece is good position. So this is okay. I don't know how to say that. Like this. And finally, I got pawn and I got piece. After Queen B3, it's better.
Yeah, quite enough, yes.
Yes, Queen B3 was a big mistake.
Yeah. Like that. After that exchange, black is easy to play. Very easy.
So E5 wasn't good.
If I but
No. I mean, ask if E5 was good enough. Because last year here in Tashkent, Council played this type of position. He was just keeping standing. Okay, if I was getting E4, he was taking twice and somehow defending.
Yes, but
it looks very passive, but nobody could do it.
in that moment,
I have not played e4. I don't like e4.
yes, but you want to play bishop a3 and bishop d6. Yes.
This is no.
No.
No, maybe queen e2, queen c2, and a5. Just slowly to play. So bishop d6, you can change my bishop, and sometimes e5, c5. I don't know.
I thought maybe you
It's
will.
not so
Yeah,
easy
slowly.
for white to progress with
Yeah.
E4 actually. Because if you play C5, then E5, of course.
Yeah.
Not so easy.
It was not good hitting at open position. Then you have two bishops.
Yes. You don't like bishop d4. I saw your game always play b6, so that's why I didn't play h3. But you play bishop d4. You don't like that position? I don't know. It's funny.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
Welcome back for a live coverage of a fifth round FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Women's FIDE Grand Prix, not to forget to mention. Well, one game is already finished. We just saw a press conference of Zhao Xu and Olga Gires. Zhao Xu have won this game. Then when all the other games are still in progress, albeit the position of Alexandra Kostyniuk is, well, wouldn't lie much if I would say it's lost already. So Alexandra is lost against Katerina Lagno, and it's just a question how long she's going to fight here. So G4 has been played, Rook C1. Well, sorry, I forgot to bring you the board here. So that's the board of Alexandra with Katerina. Katerina Lagno is white, so Rook C5. Rook A1, a bit of a surprise, I have to say. Well, still it's all good. H5, Gh5, Bishop H5, Rook BA4, threatening to change the rooks here. F6. Well, anything goes. Okay, H4 was just all right, and all the rest is, well. So Rook A7, cutting the king on the 7th rank. Bishop F3. H3, Rook C8, King H. Oops, sorry. Rook C8, H3, Rook C8, King H2. Don't see any chance for black, so it won't last for long, probably. Then okay, all the rest of the girls are approaching the time control as well, so let's take a quick look. Bella Hotenashvili with Kulis Hanna Kpayeva, so that's the situation. Rook takes e5. Well, so Bella went for a different combination. The rook e5, and then bishop e6. Bishop g6, pardon. Bishop g6. Queen takes. Queen f8, check. Queen g8. Then cb4. It's a nice move. So now if rook is retreating, I don't know, somewhere, then it's bishop g7 mate, using the pin. So cb4, quite unpleasant to face such a move. Now, was it really? I mean, queen f... well, no, it's not like that once again. Rook e5, that was bishop e5, of course, first. Bishop e5, rook e5, so it's absolutely different. Bishop g6, queen takes d5, yeah, that's... Queen g8, no, sorry, cb4, rook e2, white took on g8. This looks unlucky actually. White took on g8 and played rook t1. Then now white is threatening to... Well, perhaps white is just winning, so that means after cb4, I'm not sure if that wasn't a blunder really to take on to play rook e2, because after rook e2 takes g8 and rook d1, there isn't any way for black to defend d8. The best black can do is possibly... No, bishop c6 is just made, so king f8, then it's check. Oh, well, perhaps it's still not clear. I don't know. So what black has to do is to play king d6. So this one is basically hopeless, rook e2. I mean, to take the bishop, then ba5, and okay, it's basically hopeless. But maybe black has the last chance after rook e8 to play king d6, rook c2, and to take on p4. Then in this case, okay, those two connected pawns maybe give... No, not really, so bishop f7 and pawns are stopped. Now, well, rook e2, check, rook d1, white played... black played rook g2. Well, maybe it's not over yet. Check, king f1 and then king f8. So it will still last for some time. Rook d7, and still they are in a time trouble here. Rook d7, and the worst for black actually if she retreats, so bishop to c6. Then after rook c7, bishop is hanging, bishop has to defend the rook, and well, still rook, bishop d5, so black is still alive. Yeah, maybe it's not over yet. So I'll switch to another game then, just to see what's going on. Hampi Conero with Antonetta Stefanova. Developed March 3rd once again. Queen g4. White took on e6. fe6, queen f2. Rook d1, queen f7. King h7, rook cf2. So Antonetta is known to be a fighter, so she decided to keep queens, hoping for some sudden chance perhaps. Rook d1, rook f2. Finally, a setting defect. She has to change queens, so white played queen f3, queen takes, rook takes, king g6, rook g3, king f6, and e5 check. So, e5 check. So looks like, well, it has to be a draw normally, but still, you never know. There's still some moves to reach the time control. Okay, king f7. Then what white can do really is just to give a check, and then in case of king e7, just go back there. So probably has to be still enough to hold a draw. So jumping to the next game, it's Nafisa Muminova, and she seems to be in a very good shape here. Well, though we've seen this position, bishop f4, and white just played queen f3 instead of capturing f3, f4, queen f3. Black replied with ab4, ab3, cb3. Well, the game is just over, but I don't know what happens. ab3, cb3. Well, perhaps the girl's gonna tell us on the press conference. I won't even restore this one. Yeah, just can see from a TV screen the game is over, and I guess Nafisa won this game. Yeah, Nafisa won this game, which is of course a relief for supporters. So meanwhile, let's check briefly what goes on in the other games. So Lucknow with Kostyuk, we already mentioned. Lucknow is winning, but in Danielian with Harika Dronafali, what goes on? Okay, a couple of times they've repeated the position. Bishop f3, bishop f3, a5 was played. Then white repeated the position. Queen f4, king g7, played bishop h5, bishop e8, king f2, rook b8. I have no idea what is this one, but okay, it's a time trouble, so no wonder. Rook d8, once again check, king h8, then back to f4, king g8, winning some time to think. Queen f3, king h8, inviting for a repetition, and then it's white who is thinking how to progress. So white can play rook d4. Well, this is interesting actually, because I'd say white has to play rook d4. Oh, not really. Maybe immediately queen f6 is interesting. So queen f6, that seems to be a move to play. So after takes. Well, this black king is so badly placed. I'm not sure if black can escape this one. Yeah, that's certainly is going to be an achievement. Now, instead, actually, white has played rook f4. So the other option, of course, to put the rook on f6 and then queen on f4, winning h6 pawn. So Alina really has troubles there. Okay, but I think I have to make a break. Is just in some seconds we're gonna start a press conference of Nafisa Muminova, who won her game against Zhu Wenjun of China.
Welcome to our second press conference today. Nafisa Muminova just won against Zhu Wenjun. In June, it seemed like at some point you were slightly better.
Well, I think after 23 and okay, I was really played terrible and keep moving and like it's very very bad. And maybe queen d3 is a lot of also here it is possible to play king e7 directly, and I'm not sure about this one, and a3 it is
3D on B7 mid and B5.
Maybe 20 seconds to look, see if you can try immediately. No, 20 seconds, okay, E1, white play, get back.
This one.
If you play it immediately, yes. B3, bishop B5. If I'm not missing anything.
Oh, yes, I think this will, but I'm not
B5,
that
B5,
with this one.
ah, she is with this one.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Queen C6, I thought maybe Queen C6, then C8, but
Yeah. Maybe this one. And
normally this endgame, if you get an endgame, it should be almost winning.
yeah, maybe I will
This king
play.
one and knight H5. If it's true.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we should be fine. Go back. Okay. Maybe this is another critical move.
The other thing is maybe white doesn't have to play B3.
Oh, yes, this
Maybe
is.
white is just not moving.
So A3, G3,
Something G3.
G3, no.
Generally, it's better than what I
That's the game.
Okay, now maybe has this one. Then maybe up here is knight F6. What about this one? Oh, no, what's this?
It's check on A5, check on A3, and basic.
Ah, yes.
It's very bad. And even though I think black, right now, black is possible to play G3 directly. And it takes here. And then queen here, knight F6.
I'm not sure about this position. Now takes is
Queen C2.
queen c2. Okay.
H3.
Is it queen d7, right?
Oh, we can see.
Okay.
Capture, bishop.
Takes not this one, let's see one, so maybe this here. It takes, I don't know, I think it should be king f8, jack, and even this one is possible. This is very dangerous for black. So anyway, bishop d7 is bad and
Okay, thank you. My physical congratulations.
Welcome back for a live coverage of the 5th round. Well, so we just saw another press conference, and of course the supporters here in Tashkent are pretty much relieved as finally Nafisa Mominova, okay, she already won one game, but the way she won her first weighing was a bit disappointing. She won it from lost position, so finally a second win and quite a nice game today. Well, judging on the image from a camera view, I have to say it's well, I'm on air just for a couple of minutes, and we have another game which is finished, and Bella Hotenashvili won against Gulistan Nakpaeva. So we're gonna have another press conference soon. So Rook. So that's the position out of Bishop C6, and of course instead of Rook C7, which I was recommending, Bella managed to find the strongest Rook F7 check. After King E8, she gave. Actually, Rook F2 is winning as well, I suppose. But okay, this one is perhaps just easier. Rook C7, Duke on C6, and as well the Rook is hanging. So after Rook H2, B8-5, there isn't any chance anymore for Gulistan, so she just resigned. Bella is coming in. Bella and Gulistan, they're coming for a press conference in a couple of minutes. Well, so let's check what is remaining here. Well, Stefanova Visconero, Antoanetta Stefanova Visconero, finally they reached the time control, so that's actual, well, just a second, so that's the actual situation here. Well, so we are shown meanwhile Katerina Lakhnovis, Alexandra Kostyniuk, and I still don't know why Alexandra is playing this hopeless position she has. Okay, perhaps sometimes it's not that easy to just to stop the clock. And here we are shown on our diagram, we are shown a game of Antoanetta Stefanova with Hampi Conero. So Rook F3 check, King G8, that's what was happening into a time trouble stage. Rook C3, Rook B2, and then check on C8, King F7, Rook C7, and King G6. So, well, still not that simple, I have to say. Well, but it will be, so I suppose white is gonna take A7, then black's gonna take B3, Rook E7, and eventually I don't see black winning this one, and surely no chance for white. We start checking on G1, so it's gonna be a draw. Well, me and one we are ready for the next press conference, so I'm switching to it. So Bella Hotenashvili and Gulistan Nakpaeva, please welcome.
So our next press conference was Bella Hotenashvili from Georgia and Gulistan Nakpaeva from Kazakhstan. Bella, your comments about the game?
It was a difficult game. In one moment I have calculated too much. I was lost. I spent a lot of time. Actually, the variation was real variation of Katon. A5 here. And here, it's assuming. Yeah.
So the critical moment was rook e2.
No. Here's already worse, I think. It was time trouble for me. Wrong time, and I'm not sure what. Some here. Maybe rook f8 here. Before I mean yes. Rook e1 first. No, f8. Queen f6. And g4, yes. Queen f7 maybe. And knight is going to f6. Should be something here.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
So our next game was between Harika Dranavalli and Elena Danilyan. Harika, you won. Please, your comments.
Okay, after opening, I think I got pleasant position. At some point, I didn't expect her pawn sacrifice, and I took lot of time in the opening, but later I recovered the time, and also the position was easier for me to play. Okay, here NC7 I'm not sure about, because after NC7 the same position normally comes with E5, and here it's much easier for white. Even here D4 is possible, but okay, I just thought I'll maintain the pieces for some more time and play it. Rook B8. I think D4 is okay. And here I took lot of time because I wasn't sure what plan I have to do, whether an E5 or ND2. And ND2 I was only thinking, here I took maybe more than 20-25 minutes, which wasn't necessary. But okay, here I was only thinking of knight A5. B3, B5, and like this position I was hoping to play that C4 some point, it should be hanging. And it was a surprise when she played quickly knight D5. It's forced for me to take, and black has bit compensation, but I'm not sure if it is enough. Okay. maybe g5. I think it's black has more or less forced moves.
So about knight a5 in this one. I didn't check with the computer.
Which position?
Well, after queen b3.
Okay.
Knight a5, I mean to change
Yes,
one knight because still
that
this
was
knight-
possible, yeah, because I think I
still
have a
this
lot
knight
of
doesn't
compensation.
participate much.
Yeah, but okay, I think I like my position, of course, here, because it's pawn down, but okay, I have to
Or
pair
after
bishop.
d7, rook d1 maybe.
Yeah, but okay, still then it's okay. Queen e7, I have clear plan. I just develop my pieces. Queen e7, rook d8, and it's just okay. Bishop e8 somehow. Then I can play a5, something like that. Okay, then I can think what to do. But okay, what I did in the game after knight f2, b5, it was just a bad move. I should have played g6, and then just play normal chess. If knight g4, bishop g7, then h5, h4 threats, and okay, it's just very good, I mean, playable position for black with two bishop and with good compensation. I don't know. So
Yeah, it's kind of unclear even for me to play
Yeah, of
this
course.
position. I have less time and I'm just playing.
Now for me it's easy to play. I'm pawn down, and okay, I have very solid position, but with counter chances, I think it's easy for me to play with just g6, bishop g7, and h5, h4. It's simple. And then,
This position.
Yeah, I have to, yeah, but b5 is just bad move. So I should play g6, and if knight g4, then bishop g7.
Here, if I play knight g4 and knight
Yeah.
d5.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. Go back.
Okay, but now it's
Yeah,
different.
Knight e5 and bishop e8. So I just keep it, and then h5.
Yeah, even I think
You
even
can
if you
even
take, yeah,
because
even
now you don't have such a
Yeah.
weakness in h6. Yes.
and this e5.
Yeah, of
Knight
course.
e5, knight e5.
Yeah, I've taken at h5, something like that. So it's a very good position, I think, for me. Okay, maybe it's nothing special, but I mean it's easy to play with black. h5, h5, h4, and then
Maybe I
okay, I
can
have very
try
strong
to-
bishop, and what I did in the game it was just disaster.
Maybe queen a3
No,
at some point.
Queen e3 I think doesn't work because I can just take and b5 I have.
And I can play bishop into c6, bishop into c6, and knight e5.
When?
Maybe you can play directly b5.
I can
Or
play
maybe
directly
it's-
b5. I can take, then I can play b5.
Okay.
No, wait. Yeah, okay, then.
Bishop c6.
Yeah.
And
So you could have played knight g4 maybe.
Yeah.
Without taking.
Oh, you mean directly?
Yeah, without taking them, maybe knight e5 will be a strange ending when you have a.
Yeah.
So g7, knight e5, change everything on e5. You don't have any normal.
Yeah.
There to pawns there, but maybe still better because two rooks in the center.
But maybe she can play just takes.
Takes this and then use this tempo for something. Okay, we take the bishop.
And just knight. Okay.
But because there was another one, knight f6.
Knight e5 here.
Here.
Yeah, there was knight
yeah.
f6, knight f7, and still it's pretty much unclear.
But okay, I think
Three
if queen's exchange, like for me it's easier because okay, maximum I'll just give up the pawn, so it's easier.
Of course, anyway, I had to play g6. It was
Yeah.
just simple.
Okay, after b5, it's more or less. Okay, rook c8. I think you have to play rook c8 and now ng4. Now if bishop g5, I was thinking of h4.
h4, h5. Yeah, taking g6. I didn't like it.
Even not even g6 actually.
No, I think you have to play g6.
No, I was thinking of queen.
Funny construct.
Yes.
to admit.
Yeah.
Not the usual one. No, I think you have to play g6, otherwise my next move is g6.
Yeah, but okay, I just want my queen on f4, so I'm just trying
Yes,
to
but
make
it's
it with a tempo.
not possible in this position to bring your queen on f4.
d3, queen d3, for example.
Okay, take. And yes, for example, like that.
Yeah, you have some
Yeah,
confidence.
g6 I think is forced. So and I didn't like g6, this line.
Yeah, now your bishop is getting bad actually.
Yeah, but
because of the.
yes.
It's equal number.
Hmm?
Equal number.
Yes,
Everywhere triple pawns. Okay, after b4 it's easier for me to play. Just I took and look, okay. I just got out my pieces on the king side.
Yeah, and queen g5 I should have played here also.
Yeah, but I was thinking of queen g5 and h4.
Take. And bishop b5. Or rook d2. Oh, rook d2 not possible. Rook c8 I have.
Bishop b5, rook c.
Ah, okay. No, rook c2 you have here. Ah, no, with rook c2 you can
No,
kill.
it's probably
Yes. I don't have rook d2, I thought I have.
Yeah, this structure I think it's already.
yeah, probably much better.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
And also like okay, all the squares are easier for me to play. Okay, this repeated for 40 moves. I think it's more or less forced from here.
Yeah,
I
b5
think.
just was very bad move, and the rest was okay. I think just if I would play g6, it would be unclear, you know, to keep my black square bishop.
In composition.
Yeah, of course. With less time for you, it's not easy to play.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very interesting game and comments. Thank you. Alexandra, I thought that opening was fine for you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the opening. It's always close to. I mean, I think Katerina played. Long. She knew the lines, or at least it felt like it. And I was out of the book pretty soon. So, I mean, it was fine, but the problem then, again, how to equalize. Maybe it was quite easy to do, but again, I wasn't precise enough.
No, it wasn't easy. So here, rook c1, one of the plan, bishop f8, a4. It's quite a new move. Well, and h6, d4. Maybe it was better to
Well,
take
yeah,
here.
I could have taken, but I thought that knight c4 looked so nice, and I just could not believe that I will not get enough compensation for that pawn. In the lines that happened in the game.
Yes, I have to play rook f1 because rook e1. It looks ugly, but well, what to do? Bishop b4, so rook f1. And
And yeah, I had many possibilities.
maybe
that I
not knight
considered.
c4
Maybe.
because I really don't remember what's going on here. It looks
But here,
maybe
yeah, bishop a3, the problem
doesn't work. Yes.
Yes.
Knight b5 probably takes. If you play something, I don't know what. No, I'm not sure that black can equalize.
In case of knight e3, getting the same funny moves.
I will
Yes,
not
that's
tell you. So
Of course, you won't tell me, but I mean,
no, but probably I will take the knight. Yes, I think so. So I will not stop the clock. I will take the knight, and then I don't know. I am a pawn up, and we will see. Да, да. Да. Ну, вообще, мне кажется, слон e3 ладья c1 такой редкий план, насколько я помню.
исключением а4. Если а4 играть, играть слон e3, а4.
Да, это то, что я подумала во время партии, что, в принципе, ладья c1, а4 как бы выглядит немного нелогично, потому что если ходить а4, то обычно этот ход служит идее вызвать а5, а без ладьи на а1 я решила, что, в принципе, я даже могу не реагировать. Может быть, я была не права, что на а4 я должна была как-то отреагировать
получше.
Надо, проблема в том, что надо как-то ходить.
Да.
Проблема
Ну, слон G4 как бы всегда можно пойти, чтобы противодействовать D4 прорыву. В принципе, это основная идея у белых в этих позициях. Это на самом деле дракон с переменой цвета, но с лишним темпом у белых. То есть вариант дракона есть со слон E2, G6. В принципе, я его из-за белых играю. И тут главная идея, как и черные, когда играют без темпа, провести D5 или D4 в данной редакции. Так что слон G4 есть ход, но опять же это свои нюансы. Я думаю, там пешка на B7 уже висит в каких-то вариантах с конь D2 где-то. То есть я решила, что я могу просто подождать, потому что я особо не понимала, что будут делать белые. Так как я не думала, что включение ходов А4, А6, D4 вот именно здесь настолько будет влиять на оценку позиции. И опять же, да, после D4 я как-то просто не верила. Я думала, что я могу взять на E3, и у меня должна быть компенсация.
Ну, здесь, может, она и есть, но как-то надо
возможно,
играть,
есть, да, но я решила, что вот я пойду как-то...
Да? Если примитивно взять на E3, даже
ну, хорошо,
взять
да.
D1, какой-то последний.
Ну да.
Ну, допустим,
И
так, да.
высунуть куда-то этого слона.
Нет, там, во-первых, ферзь D8 может тоже в промежутке быть.
Ну,
Конь
допустим,
E3, ферзь
Как в
D8.
партии было ферзь D1, я подозревал там, что на ферзь
Ферзь
D1
D1, да.
конь
Ну
D1,
да.
потому что там
Ладья F1,
такие
конь E3 вот здесь, да?
Конь E3.
Да. Я думала об этом. Ну, был ход, да. Ну, как бы, я понимаю, что...
Ну, даже другого, мне кажется, потому что развитие защитить на C7.
Ну, да, я понимаю, но я как бы не могла поверить, что и вот в этой позиции, я вот посчитала здесь сейчас, да, я скажу. Во-первых, я думала, что есть ход, сейчас, секундочку, переверну, да, потому что я, к сожалению, не очень хорошо. Сейчас, во-первых, я думала, что... Сейчас, какой же момент? Слон D2.
Наверное, конь D4, да? Слон
Да,
D2, конь
вот
D4.
где-то здесь.
Нет, взяли слон D2, конь опять, слон D2, конь D4.
Здесь ход слона 3 где-то был. Сейчас я вспомню только в какой момент. Слон Е6, конь Б5, ладья С8, конь Д4. Здесь что ли слона 3? Или здесь слона 3?
Ну, здесь я могу просто на E6 побить, да?
Сейчас, где-то был ход слона 3 интересный, он опровергался, только мне казалось одним.
Ну, вот здесь был слон на 3 ход, но тоже конь B5.
Нет, конь B5, да, здесь не слон Е6, конь B5, сейчас ладья С8.
Может, здесь?
Сели.
Нет, ну, там тоже слон Е6, конь Е6. Не знаю, я не видела только вот если без коня на...
Ну да, это мы смотрели. Нет, конь B5. Не-не-не, там был какой-то другой вариант. Я все пытаюсь вспомнить. Сейчас, секундочку. Так. Где я считала? Слона 3, там. Ну да, ну то есть тут конь c4, ну да, опять же слон f5, слон e6, какие-то ходы были. Мне казалось, что достаточно g5, там конь d5 и конь f6 идет, то есть включить.
Коня не убирают.
Ну вот может быть слон f5, слон e6, слон f5 я думала, чтобы может быть, ну нигде ладья b1, ладья c1 не было.
Ну, а что если то же самое, конь B5? На слон E6, конь B5.
Ну он там стоит, на А4 нападает.
5, ладья c8.
Ну, что я ладья? Ну, там, конь D4. Не-не-не-не-не-не,
Другой,
тем,
да?
да.
Нет, на e6 ему надо было стоять, теперь он попал под раздачу.
Ну, как-то...
Он стоит на e6.
Может, здесь и можно как-то?
c6 выше. Ну, это хуже тоже.
Ну тут всегда вопрос, насколько, да, хуже.
Может, я слону могла побить тоже?
Ну, да, можно там на 4, да нет, пока не надо смотреть. Ну, допустим, так.
В принципе, 4 на 3 тоже не...
Да,
самый-
да, то есть...
Не самый приятный
ладья
итог.
c7. Ладно, здесь совсем плохо. Нет, ну, еще был один форсированный вариант, который я думала... Сколько я могу вспомнить, здесь слон на 3. Ну ладно. Так.
Здесь
значит,
можно было так пойти, да? Конь C4.
Да. Ага, я издалека вообще хотела, когда я шла на этот вариант, я думала, что я ладья d8 хожу. как бы та же идея отдать пешку, но у меня, ну то есть идея слон А5, хотя d4, то есть чтобы у меня как бы ладья была поактивнее. Да, слон b7.
Ну, ладья 4 нельзя, слон c6,
Да,
к сожалению.
Ну, слон там.
c7, c5 вроде можно пойти.
c5 может быть, да.
Не отдать.
Да. Но опять же, слон c6, и у меня что-то ладья, слон c3, ладья уходит куда-то непонятно.
А если e3 здесь пойти?
Ну, вот это у меня все ладьи, да, все неправильно.
Ладья c4.
Нет, я пошла здесь, вот тут вот был интересный вариант. Ладья b8. Ладья c7. Я так думала. Ладья f4. Ладья e5, слон f4. Ладья e2. То есть у меня пешка поровну слон f3. Ладья, тут два хода я смотрела, ладья 2 и ладья e8. То есть идея, ну или так, я не была уверена. Идея, допустим, на ладья А7 пойти, нету такой идеи, да. Нет, тут два хода есть. Тут есть ход слон f3, а есть ход слон а6. Вот на слон а6 вроде я могу пойти так, ладья e8 с идеей на ладья А7, где-то пойти ладья А8. А слон f3, ладья А2, ладья b1. Я долго думала над этой позицией.
Нет, ну, конечно, даже здесь. Так. Что если взять так?
Да. Ну вот, да, такое.
Это один, наверное, вопрос потом. Ну, здесь, наверное, все это не обязательно, не знаю, так взяли.
Ну, слон f4-то, наверное, хороший ход.
Ну, может быть, но так.
Висит.
Ну, может, я могу пойти так, слон f3,
Слон 4.
ладья 7,
Нет,
потом
да,
слон
4 на 3,
4.
да.
Не, ну,
в этом
там... Не, ну, может, так тоже можно, но просто, мне кажется, здесь это все не обязательно, да. Ну, может так.
Да, ладья 7 был ход.
Здесь, да, еще и ладья 7 есть. Но, правда,
я
2 на...
3 на 2 все-таки, наверное, ничья. Все-таки удержу.
Да, лучше все-таки пешек
наверное.
больше, чтобы было.
Нет, тут
Ладья
проблема...
b8 лучше, чем c8, скажем.
Да?
Ну, по ощущениям.
Не знаю.
Менее.
Я очень долго думала, куда идти, да.
Не, ну, мне кажется, правильно, нет? Ну, вот если... Вот этот был момент, конечно, в конце 4. Но я думала, наверное, все-таки, я не знала, то ли слон...
Слон А6, вот что.
Ну, слон А6, я не думаю,
да,
что я бы
помню.
побила.
Нет? Вот этот вариант я смотрела.
Я думала, что
я
это...
считала, что из-за слона 6 плохо. Ну, то есть как плохо? Вот я даже то есть тут есть два хода конь e5, gh. Ну, то есть, может, не два, но я смотрела.
Не знаю, я слон А6. Может, можно. Не
то
уверена
есть
была.
слона,
Мне
да,
казалось,
я вот читала
как
этот
можно
вариант.
пойти.
Я
Слон
думала-
С3. Или слон Е1. Слон Е1,
Слон
наверное,
как-то
конь
я
Е5.
считала, что
Ой.
достижение для меня, если слон Е1 белый, поэтому.
Но если успеваешь, да, но, наверное, так.
Мгм.
Ну,
Ладья
кушать...
b8,
вот
ладья
здесь,
c7, слон
наверное...
d6, там
Не,
такая.
наверное, надо пробить сначала. Уже если ходить слон Е1, то уже побить сначала здесь, побить Фе, побить здесь, так, и отойти куда-нибудь. Но на А6, да. Но это был один из
C5.
вариантов. Ну, да, но все равно хуже, да.
Слон- да.
Но еще был ход слон С3.
Слон
То есть,
C3, что это
ну,
такое?
правда, черные
Я
могут
отказалась
пойти там
из-за слона
С6
6.
как-то, но здесь были свои
Конь E6.
фокусы. Может,
Конь E6 и фе приходится.
конь Е6 и Фе. Ну, в общем, тут, может, слон, я не помню.
Я из-за
Или
слона
слон.
6 отказалась, потому что мне не понравилось. Вот это, да, я думала.
Может, так тоже можно было.
Потому что жаш, конь Е6, ладья Е6, ладья С4. Вот, конечно, разноцвет. Ладья Е5, слон Б7, вот это все.
Ну, ушла.
Да, ладья, да, или
Всё?
слон F3, или ладья С7.
Ну, меняться срочно. Ну, я
Да,
думаю,
может
что
быть,
здесь
может
шанс
быть,
больше.
лучше. Что-то я решила, что
Не, ну в партии, может, тоже так можно. Только вот конь
что-то-
b3 взяли так. Ну, так вроде мне казалось, надо так. Вроде надо так,
Что-то здесь
так.
я
Да, ладья
D2
d4.
планировала, но слон А6, я не могла понять, как я там перекручивала. Ладья D7,
Ну, ладья d7
слон
я бы
А6
тоже
не,
слон
не проходит, да, слон А3, ладья C3 также, представляешь, что-то мне это...
Нет, слон
А3
А3
не
надо
показалось.
так.
Ну, ладья
это
Слона
как
6,
бы
да,
еще
как-то... Нет, еще ничего, да.
сложно,
Ну, не знаю. Уже 5, я думала, отхода. Как-то попытаться.
да, ну,
То есть, да, тут хуже.
ну, конечно.
Ну, что-то ладья d4 какой-то, слона 3 какой-то вообще.
Да, я не могла понять, что,
Я,
что
мне показалось, я
приготовлено
просто
на
так
ладье
считала
1.
много вариантов, мне показалось, что у меня ладья на d7 стоит. Ну, в общем, как-то и на d4, и на d7 одновременно, потому что здесь я когда слон a3, я планировала ходить слон b2. Ну, нет, слон a3, ладья 1, слон b2, я была очень довольна, потому что после ладья 2 у меня ладья bc7 следовал ход. Я думаю, ну, отлично, я наконец-то все меняю, и
Да,
тут я
здесь
поняла,
уже
что все, да. Потому что на слон c5.
Есть на такт, просто красиво. Прям, да, взяли, ой. Так, и ладья b4, слон b5.
То есть
ну,
слон
здесь...
c5 еще один ход был.
Здесь?
Да, ладья fc1.
Сейчас.
F.
Ну ладно.
Ладья fc1, и тут слон b6. Ну, в общем, e3 сразу. e3 сразу.
Ну да.
Да, и на ладья b4,
Слон d6.
слон d6, да. И снова
Да,
я
как-то.
как-то не раскручиваюсь. Так что, видимо,
Да, ну вот это уже все.
Уже решаешь.
Слон открыл, ладья 1 тут уже. Ну и единственное, ну, побить так.
Нет,
так.
это... f4, ладья e7, что? Мне, кстати, была интересна оценка этой позиции, что если я бегу королем.
Где-то я же прорвусь.
Да. Ну, может быть, тут хотя бы пешка какая-то идет куда-то.
Как-то я прорвусь.
Ну, король c8, что делать?
Как-то я прорвусь.
Король c7.
Ну, я не знала, я, наверное, туда все-таки пошла на всякий случай, но я думаю, что там есть 6.
У меня проходная. Опять.
Ну, может, здесь еще. Но это меньше из золота было.
Ну, не знаю, без двух пешек что-то мне как-то показалось, что и так плохо, и так плохо.
Да, но здесь все.
Тут, да, опять же, везде пешки не хватает.
Да.
Это 4 на 4 проиграл. 4 на 3 тем более.
It was very interesting.
We finished already another game.
So the first game which finished in a draw today was between Antoinette Stefanova and Hampi Canero. Hampi, I think you were slightly better during the game. Do you think you...
Yeah, well, after exchanging the bishop and knight, I think I was having good position, but it was not so easy to convert. Maybe during the game I felt like instead of rook into f1, rook a d7, rook 8 d7 was interesting here. But I don't know, maybe even then it's queen f3. I felt this one was interesting.
Yeah, what, queen f3?
Yeah, queen f3 in case. Probably now I'll take.
Take.
Maybe try to make it.
And if I go rook f7?
Anyway, it will be similar like.
Yeah. No, maybe now you can go king g6, but
Something.
yeah, maybe here you have more chances. Because what happened in the game, I think.
But maybe you can play.
And if you take, then I just take and to checking g3. Yeah, it should be a draw somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe before that with the knight, but here I don't know.
H3.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but it should. I mean, I would be surprised if white cannot hold this position. I don't have so many weaknesses. Okay, I'm a bit passive, but so what? But I think in the opening, maybe I took on d5 too early. Perhaps. She takes d5. Because I was thinking that I can get some better position, but at the end I didn't. And also here, I mean here I don't know if I should take on d5. Maybe just rook c1.
Rook c1. Now.
Okay, take.
Now
take.
I'm going to take. Yeah.
Okay, I take with pawn. Take. Yeah, okay, I don't know, but at least I keep two bishops and
Yeah, you can
somehow
continue, yeah.
looks better to me. what happened in the game. But just here, I
If you have the bishop
underestimate.
e2, can you play rook c1 after bishop e2 to capture the bishop e3? Maybe it will make difference.
After bishop into e2. Yeah, here rook c1 is possible, yeah.
But I was thinking just queen b7, queen takes e2, queen takes d5, and somehow I didn't.
Attack.
Not,
Yeah, you have queen f3, but okay. It's,
but I didn't like to get this queen on d5. I thought that it's not so good. So. No, but here somehow on knight b7, somehow I completely underestimated this queen d7 because I was thinking that I can take. Good that we have two mouses. Take, and queen b5, and I was thinking that I can play h4.
yeah, but
Rook d8, rook h3, but just queen takes b3, and I just have one check on g3 and nothing.
I can also play rook c8, yeah.
Yeah, just the point is that yeah, I'm one tempo down to play queen h6 and then rook g3. so it was wrong, all this. Just I was thinking that here you should take with knight.
That's
And then
little better
e4,
for me.
and then
No,
okay.
knight you can take on g7,
No,
e5,
e5,
bishop h6,
queen c6,
queen c6, e4.
and now e4,
Yeah,
and rook d4, bishop e3,
bishop
yeah?
e3. Yeah.
And queen takes e4, just castle, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, that's why, I mean, I went to this line thinking that, okay, you should take knight takes e7. When I saw queen d7, I understood that, okay, I'm not doing so well how I thought.
Okay, maybe easier was just to take on f6.
And then
And then
castle,
castle.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, but that's, yeah. Well, I don't know. After that, okay. It was slightly passive, but it should be holdable somehow.
Thank you for so interesting game. Comments.